begin. Streaming visions, night to day. Base code is here to play. One more line, rewrite the code. One more line, rewrite the code. From code to game, the spark takes flight. Building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code. Unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made. A digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start, let's begin. One more line, Base cold world, come step within. Press start. Let's begin.
Hey guys. Let me try that again with the volume up. Hey guys. How we doing? I restarted the things. Sorry, they're all coming back up. Oh my god, it's all happening. It's all happening. Is this even on? Is this thing even on? There we go. There we go. Oh, you were pretty quick, Raisins. You were pretty quick out the gate there. But Lucario and Brian beat you only just. Yeah, and Amando, you're here too. Hello. Hey, Goldie. Hey, Math. How is everybody doing? Hello, Collector. Welcome in. Hi, Katie, Dragihan. How is everyone doing? How is everyone? Okay, let me see. Hold on. I've got ideas for music today. I've got plans. Got plans. Let's see. That might not even be too bad. It is pretty like let's see. We can there's a lot of words in this. Let's try this. Okay. We're here. Micro. Okay. I didn't know you were from Brisbane, Micro. Or did I know that? Maybe I did know that. Maybe it's just like cool to know. It's usually a mix of Mike and Micro for Microsoft because I'm known as the tech support in my family. Micro was unique. Micro was... I see. Had a phone in my hand. Well, how are you all doing? I love the chatter when the stream starts. Everybody getting together and catching up. The regulars, the OGs, the core community. It's always a vibe. It's always a vibe. So I thought today we might work on some of the lobby stuff. And if we get there, maybe if we get far enough through the stream, and it feels like everything is going, I have this idea of accusations and the accusation system. Micro! Whoa! Since you're just
just started streaming, I'm aware it's gonna be a long night, so coffee
top up. Yeah, thank you. That's a lot of biddies. Micro. 500 bits. You know what? I didn't even make myself a coffee. I should have made myself a coffee. Why didn't I do that? I probably could have done that. I could have done that during the 10 minutes warming up, but I'll make another now. Looking for group. Yep. We can get into it. We can get into the coffee. I need to do that. Fast can't even do it. Matty! Yo, Matthew, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Matt. Hey, yeah, Abe. Abe is a nickname that my friends sometimes say. Hello, thank you, Brian, for the bits as well. The 500 bits is, thank you so much for that. Really, Micro. And thank you for the 5 gifted, Matt. Who caught subs? Hold on, that can go a little softer. You know what? I still need different music, I think. What else do we got? One more. All right. Interstellar remix. Consolation prize. Matt, thank you, man. Thank you for the 5 gifted. How are you doing? How is life? I think the webcam is waiting for me at the parcel pickup, which is good. Which means very soon the bad webcam with the slow frame rate is going to get fixed. We'll be back to the other. Great day today, brother. Nice. What happened? You, Matthew is in the process of him and his amazing wife Katie are renovating their beautiful home, which is pretty exciting for them. How's that coming along, Matt? Is that looking good? How's the progress? Check text. Check text. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice. That's an exciting thing, Matt. Matt's having some wins in his life. That's amazing. That's amazing, Matt. How great. How great. Good on you, man. Fucking high fives. Hell yeah. I'm so excited. That's really incredible. That's really incredible, man. That's great. That's really great. Share the love. No, thank you for coming through and dropping the subs, Matt. Thank you. I really, really do appreciate it. It's gonna, all the little bits and pieces help out while I'm trying to make make a new thing happen while I'm trying to make a game. As it keeps going, Matt, as it keeps progressing, it keeps getting closer and closer to being like, all right, I should just do this. I should just like make it and put it out there and see if it will actually work. But like, the more we do streams and the more we get that support with subs, it's like it does really change the picture for me, Matt. So thank you so much. Just a blank stare. Hold on. You all can't be Raisins and Goldie exchanging blank stares. That's no way to treat your Twitch wife, Goldie. Have you? When was the last time you tuned in, Matt? Because there's some cool stuff. There's some cool developments happening in the game that we need to go. I can't wait to show you some of these. At some point, we're going to get to playtest them together, Matt. That's pretty exciting. Okay, before you brought multi in, all right. Do you wanna have a quick look? Shall I bring you up to speed? Quickly show you what we've been doing. Okay, hold on. Got some fixing up to do. But yeah, just continue the stream. I'll catch on. I mean, for all the people tuning in, we may as well recap anyway. And I think there's been some recent code that's been deployed that we haven't even tested from last night, because in very uncharacteristic fashion, I kind of just like was like, you know what, I'm out. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I ran into a hard cap with if you don't, I'll gift more subs. Okay. I will continue the stream as usual. Bella was the Twitch wife? What am I thinking, Goldie? Hold on, what am I thinking? You're right. Sorry, I didn't mean to, sorry. Yep, that's awkward. Goldie has many Twitch wives. Goldie is rather popular here on Twitch. It's true. Goldie's back away from that one very quickly. Yep. He wants no part of those accusations. All right. So no, I think we're just going to do this anyway, Matt. We're just going to jump in and I'll show you guys where we were yesterday. And you haven't seen the multi either, which is kind of like, that's unacceptable. We have to show you the multi, Matt. Have a look. So, all right, that's just one game. But, all right, we're actually going to quit this and we're going to show you so that you can see this is like multiplayer mode. I'm going to run 4 instances of the game at the same time. What have I started, Goldie? I'm sorry. Okay, here goes. 4 instances, Matt. Ready? So you can do this now. You can matchmake a game for any existing one. You can configure a room of games and say whether it's public or private. Or you can host just like auto host a game really quickly. Just to demonstrate. I don't know if it's all still running. I think it's not, so we're going to rerun. Where was... Okay, here, have a look, have a look. Okay, if I matchmake on all of these computers, it goes and puts them all into a game, and you can select different characters on each of these. One of them, or two of them happen to get monsters in this case. Let's see which one we put in monster mode. Let's do a werewolf and a mummy. And check it out. Check it out, Matt. If I run around here, you can't see it because I'm totally blocking his face, but look, look. Woo! Multiplayer! Multiplayer player! Huh? Is that not kind of cool? And this was yesterday's big development. Check it out. If I walk up to this door, the door highlights. See how it comes up in yellow? Maybe green's a better color. If I press F, nothing happens. Nothing at all happens. Nothing to see here. We get an error in the console of one of the games. Yeah, that's related to a recent refactor. So we got to fix that. Let's see if a different person can do it. Oh no, it was just slow. It was really slow. Here you go. Here you go. We're out in the big world. And if somebody else joins him... Who else have we got? We've got... Did one of them crash? No. Surely not. Yeah, there we go. All right. If one of them joins... Let's take this guy. If he goes and exits, now they're both out in the big world. And so there's a whole world now to like walk around and explore in, which is pretty amazing. Isn't it cool? Freaking amazing. Isn't this cool? Very cool. I think so too. So very soon, Maddie, very soon, this could be you here running around, and that could be me. That could be me there. We could be walking around. We got to do emotes. I got to get emotes in. I realize emotes are kind of going to be really important for this game. So we'll be I'll figure out the animation pipeline and speed that up. But it's like, you know, here we are all freaking running around. I've never seen two people in the graveyard, actually. Let's go there. Let's go in the graveyard. I had another thought last night, actually. It would be great I want to put the statues all over the world and like hot swap them out so that they randomize. So we get random statues each time. Isn't it freaking cool? It's a multiplayer game. It's a multiplayer game now, guys. We're going to have to fix up things like colliders. I don't know if I even did colliders on those. But there's so much that we're going to have to fix and improve. But the basis is here. Who would have thunk it? That's right. That's right. Oh, yo. And we're also, chat, the other thing we're going to be doing today is working on the trailer. I'll pitch you the trailer quickly while, just to prove that this can be animated. I'll show you the first shot that we did. So check it out. I'll open it in VLC so y'all can see it. You're about to hear a terrible howl sound. Where's VLC? Whoops. I'm going to make him like ooh instead of ah. But you get the idea. You get the idea. So this shot becomes that. So we're gonna animate the, you know, we'll get the sky and everything moving as well, so that the clouds move ever so slightly and the stars twinkle. But you get the idea. We can animate these things. And so how the trailer will go, how the trailer is going to go is like this. Is opens on a night shot of the werewolf. The werewolf takes a big howl, and it's just like, it keeps on going, guys. Oh, and I'm talking like 6 seconds this howl goes. And so what happens is he does his howl, and then he goes bam, and you see the night watchman, and he's afraid. He goes, whoa, and then he goes, bam, and the maiden, she wakes up in bed, and it like zooms on her face. She goes, oh, she goes from asleep to she's asleep, and then suddenly she wakes up and she goes, oh no, and then it goes, bam, to the night watchman, who's like there going to light the thing, and a gust of wind like blows it out, and he's shocked, right? It blows out his thing, and then it goes to the priest, and it like hard zooms on him, and he goes, oh, and it's like, oh, what's happened? And then this is all in this is like slam, 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 quick shots, quick editing, and then suddenly it goes from, we've gone from in like a couple seconds. Wait, hold up. Is this the story? Math. This is the cinematic trailer. So we're going to create a cinematic trailer so that we can have something to put on a Steam page, so that when we're here making the game, we have somewhere to send people to be like, go look at the Steam page. So we need something there. So I'm going to make that. So imagine it goes from this shot to wham wham, the wolf howls, and then pretty much straight after the end of it, the chicken goes cock-a-doodle-doo, and so and then it goes back into the church where everybody's gathered, and you see the priest accuses someone, and he goes, "There's a monster," and he points out the door, and it like hard zooms to Fastvi's character, which I need to pull in, who's like going through some trash or something. I think we're going to have her going through some trash, and then she's going to look up and go like, what? And then it's going to have all the different villages starting to cooperate together to, so she's going to need to be there. And this guy's going to need to be there as well. So yeah, we're going to have to build this out. So yeah, they're all there, and essentially then what happens is it shows all the villagers cooperating to like, and I don't know exactly what the sequence will be here, but I think it's going to be the so it'll be something like the farmer gets the chicken and he gives it to the butcher, and the butcher kills the chicken and makes some meat, and that gets given to the cook, and then the cook goes and gives the food to the blacksmith, and then the blacksmith hammers the sword, and then the sword goes back to the night watchman, and then they all together go and catch Fastvi's character and drag her to the gallows and hang her. And then in the next shot, it's going to be dun, dun, dun. It's a reveal that secretly it was the priest all along who's the monster, and he turns in a puff of smoke into a vampire and goes muahaha. And then in the background, the blacksmith in a puff of smoke will turn into the werewolf, and they'll be like scheming together, and it'll be like, not monsters. So that's the idea. That's where Fass's character belongs, in the trash. Yeah, I think she's not going to be allowed to go inside houses. Fass's character is going to be, she can't use doors. That's her thing. Is like Fass doesn't get to use doors, but her superpower is that she gets to rummage through trash. And so anybody who's a monster can secretly take any of the can take equipment and throw it in bins where other characters can't get to it, as like a way of disposing of things. But then Fastvi's character will be able to go into bins and retrieve things that have been thrown away, which I think will be really funny. I think that's gonna be a fun way to give her a bit of like superpowers. It'll turn her trash into treasure, right? I think it's a fun way to do it. I think it's a fun way to like, make her on one hand weird, and then what kind of things are going to be thrown away? It could be like the hammer that the blacksmith uses to do his to improve weapons might be an item that can be taken and thrown. It could be like the maiden might use like first aid equipment to heal people. The lamplighter will have a box of matches that he can use to go around from lamp to lamp to light them. So every different, in order to do things, you'll need to have these little bits of equipment. And so the gameplay is going to be about like upgrading those items. So it might be like the butcher has a cleaver, and he can bring the cleaver to the blacksmith, and this guy can bring his sword to the blacksmith or have his armor upgraded. So there's going to be all these like interactions between the different players that create, between the different characters that create an economy is the plan. So we want this little economy of interactions between people. So it's yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. But yeah, yeah. So we're gonna. What the interaction system is starting to come together. The trailer is starting to come together. I think the plan will be we're going to be knocking out new features, and while we wait for any code generation to take place or anything like that, we're going to be jumping into the trailer and generating new art for that. So there's a plan coming together here, guys. There's a plan coming together, one bit at a time. One bit at a time. Okay, so I observed this error at runtime. Did that copy? So what do we think about the trailer? Is it gonna be good trailer? Is it? There's some big problems with it. Big problem one, guys, is that there's no gameplay. There's no gameplay in it. It's just going to be a cinematic, and that's not ideal. That's not ideal. I'll need to, as soon as we can, substitute some gameplay, instead of just generated cinematic footage. So, but at the same time, it helps us make progress to have a really good, a good cinematic, and it helps us get a Steam page up faster before the gameplay is done. So we'll see. We'll see how it all comes together. Okay, so while that's working, let's see. I think we can start to block out the next shot. And that'll need to be from inside the chapel. Hey, already a follow. We're just kicking off. We're just getting started and already we've got a follower. Thank you, EAX900, for hitting that follow button. I really appreciate that. Okay. We need to go to world layout. World layout has that down here. Yeah. Okay. World layout also has this giant cube in the world, doesn't it? We probably need to get rid of that. Might make sense to take all interactions up to this level in the game, but and then we can get rid of the whole concept of rooms. From an architectural standpoint, that might make a lot of sense. Okay, so let's have a think about the shot. Let's design the shot out a little bit more. Shot 7. Okay. Okay, here are the shots so far. We're going to go with... Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. How long does a wolf's howl last? One, let's be like 8 seconds. I think this has to be 1 second here for each of these. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can end the howl with a cock-a-doodle-doo. It can transition from wolf's howl into cock-a-doodle-doo. That might be a nice way to do the edit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, one thing we can do here is start Resolve up and begin editing. I like that idea. The idea of like transitioning from the howl to the howl to cock-a-doodle-doo. That might be a way to go. That might be a way to go. Okay, what is going on here? Let's get that update. DaVinci Resolve has an update. So we'll actually start to edit it together, I think. If anything, just to have a... if anything, just so that we have a bit of a sense of the pace and timing. The wolf to rooster. Nice, nice. That's an amazing moat, Goldie. I did nothing wrong to deserve the... Shankla? Shankla, what is the... But I assure you he did. What's a chancla? You guys. Is a slipper in Spanish? I don't even know what a slipper is. I don't know what it is in English. Okay, let's give that an extract. Oh, okay. Okay. Man, there's so many words for it. There's so many words for it. Yeah, for us, a thong is the thing you wear on your shoe. It's like you wear on your foot. Thongs you wear thongs to the beach. That's what a thong is. But I know that's a very different thing in America. Okay. Aussies say it differently. Yes, we do. We have it in Greek, but it's called something different. More widely recognized as a shankla, though. Okay. Okay. I love, like, getting to talk with more people from more places. That's one of the coolest things about stream is, like, people from all over the freaking world. All right, let's let it finish this install. Okay, okay. All right, the next thing to do, we've got our little like to-do list here. We need to probably... All right, we've got DaVinci Resolve going. The AFK faces is a nice feature, but I think it's a nice to have. It's not a must have. All right, so first things first. Update our shot list accordingly. See if it can do image analysis. See if Big Pickle's up to the job. He can't look at images directly. No, I guess we're going to... see if Kimmy K can do it. Okay. What was done of adding the crypts to the world layout? Let's kick that off and see. Whoa. All right. Of adding crypts. As a to world layout. The same refactoring we did okay with room slot placeholder, room slot, chapel placeholder. This is going to be crypts. I'm not feeling this. I'm not feeling the music. Funny how your music taste changes. Changes with time, guys. Years ago, this was a playlist I listened to, but now I'm just in a different headspace with it, I guess. We've listened to this one a million times now, though. Maybe not this one. Let's see, what else have we got? Ooh, that's a good one. Okay, there we go. New old music. You need some sleep, Jacob? Good night, man. Struggling to stay awake. Night all. Hope you're all been doing okay. Yeah, I've been doing really good with the stream. It's been amazing lately. I've been having so much fun with it, Jacob. Be kind to yourselves, even if you don't think you deserve it. And I suggest punk rock for the music before I go to bed. Yo, punk rock would be nice. It would be nice, but I don't think it's the right vibe for this stream, man. I don't know why. It's just, yeah. I guess I got a certain taste in music where I feel it vibes with the high tech, the high tech stuff we're doing in a certain way. It's its own entrances. Do you have the standards for laying out in world layout? Do we have these standards for laying out new environments in world layout documented? All right, ask those questions. And now nothing but GPT can see the... I mean, it's quite annoying. We might need to change to model. I mean, we can do like 5.3 codecs. I'm pretty sure codecs can look at images. Is it not? Maybe just 5.3 codecs. Instead of 5.4. I know it's a lot of... Even just like medium reasoning is going to be a very different amount of workload. Okay. Need me some music. All the fun. Hold on. You got the belt, all of the fun. Maddie. I don't, yeah, that's not fun at all, Matthew. That's not fun at all. Okay. Update the timing. Let's move on to describing the next scene too. And documentation to match. Okay. Partially documented but not fully updated to the current refactor. Okay. Let's go ahead and update the documentation. It should have a step-by-step process to get a new room in. Once we have that step-by-step process, we're going to use it to bring in crypts. I said crypts. Why did it bleep that? You didn't even get the right number of letters. Okay. Those are works in progress. All right, let's get Resolve going. Because now we've got the updated version. We're really going to be putting this computer through its paces running all this software, but it can take it. It can take it. Okay, we're going to do a new project. We're going to put it in work based dot not monsters trailer. We're going to put that in the maybe just like straight in here. Cinematic trailer. All right, here we go. Okay. I'm going to plan out the next shot in more detail. Shot 7. Shot 7. Dinner time back soon. Nice, nice. You acted up as a kid. Should I be concerned this carried over into adulthood? If you don't have a little rebellion in your blood, There's something wrong. There's something wrong, Goldie. Okay, I'm going to plan out the next shot in detail. Shot 7. In this shot, the priest convinces the villagers that the vagabond is the monster, accusing them. It takes place inside of the church. Ask me questions about the shot. Gather information till you have what you need to update our documentation. Okay. And while these go, I think we've got... We'll get rid of those and we'll bring in these ones because they're pretty much done. Is that in the downloads? Where is that file? Come on. Interesting. Is it not downloading for some reason? I think it was blocking it. Okay. Okay. It's starting. It's starting, guys. We're starting the trailer. This whole thing goes about 9 seconds. And shot 1. Okay. And then shot 2. Shot 3. A and B. Shot 3A. I mean, this one's actually A as well. Which is going to break this connection. I don't want to link a proxy. I want to... That's fine. That's getting A, and then we'll go with B as well. Okay, A and B. Shot 1B. A and then B. Okay, in the timeline. Shot 2. Shot 3. A and then B. Oh! Let's get that timing right now. Oh, okay, it needs to be. Oh, so he's like. Even shorter. Oh. Shock. Second bit of shock. Even shorter. Okay. That's somewhat it. That's shot 4. Even faster. Oh, and then, oh no, oh no, oh no. Even too slow. I think the pace is going to have to be really quick. Really quick. Those are hours of effort, guys. Hours of effort, to, like an hour to get the different shots. And it's going to amount to like a second of video, which is kind of hilarious. Like not even 10 seconds of video. Okay, download that. Kind of like claymation. Lots of frames for a few seconds of action. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like video games, making video games generally is like a lot of effort for a little bit of action. People don't realize how much time it goes into making it happen. I think the people here do. The people here see how much goes into it. But it's often underappreciated, I think. And that's shot 6. I have to start collecting the sounds together too. I think the sounds are gonna make a big difference. All right. Oh, cock-a-doodle-doo. It's like, and then a transition to yeah, cock-a-doodle-doo. And that's the to how many seconds is this? Five seconds? That's the first 6 seconds. It needs to be even faster. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Maybe I can find a better one. We're going to replace shot 6 and make it shot 6A. Depends on what you like. Hold on. Oh, yo, it updated it. That's cool. 6A and then 6B. All right. Animatic. Engage. We should call this whole thing the animatic. Animatic. Oh. I think that's a humorous like transition. At night, the wolf howls. It shocks everybody. In the morning, all right, we shouldn't be burning time focusing on that specifically. Tighter pacing. What exact beat should clearly sell the Aculus? I think the priest points at the vagabond. Steps onto the altar, does that, and then okay, we got to think about how that actually paces. Maybe he doesn't step onto the altar. It's not bad. He steps onto the altar. He points at the vagabond. The crowd turns on them. I think that's a separate shot. That's a separate shot. Priest steps onto the altar, points at vagabond, zooms in on face. Next shot cuts to the face of the crowd. Yeah. Fiery zealot. I think Rooster should be before the priest shot. Yeah, okay. I see what you mean. There will be a priest shot, but like I think the reason this priest shot is taking place is because this is still happening at night. The whole thing happens in a temporal sequence, right? So the first thing that happens, if you imagine this is like a story, right, is a werewolf appears in town. It's like, thank you also for the suggestion, Martin. I do appreciate it. Like, see if I can change your mind with this though. Yeah, okay. It's you got it sequentially. It's like first the werewolf happens. People realize, the guard hears it. The people of the town, the vulnerable people hear it. The people going about their lives hear it and become concerned. The priest, he has a different reaction. He hears it, and it's not fear; it's opportunity. Right? His face is not like, his reaction is different. It's opportunity. So then when the morning comes, he calls the people together in the town, which is what we're kind of like what we're blocking out right now. So it's like what I want people to get is that the priest is capitalizing on this, right? The priest is kind of capitalizing on it. So I definitely think the priest should be here, but first I want this moment of realization and his expression to be like opportunity. That's the story. That's the narrative at the moment. I think we're gonna go with visual storytelling. Should we do voice acting or visual storytelling? On one hand, the voices are like, voice chat is such an important part of this. It's on one hand, it's all like, yeah, it's really important to have the voices in the game, but I don't know if it's important to have the voices in the trailer. How do we feel about this, guys? You guys reckon we should have voices in the trailer, or should it be, because it like increases the complexity a little bit. I know how to do it, but I think we can. Let's see. Too short for voice? The shots may be too short for voice, yeah. Potentially. Yeah, for now, let's go with that. We can add voices if we feel we need it later. Let's keep it simple to begin with. Which transition style should connect shot 6 to shot 7 and shot 7 to shot 8? Let's see. Is 6... Shot 6... Yeah, the smash in, hard out. Yep. Okay. And now here. Let's move forward with bringing the crypts into the world layout. Oh, what was going on there? There was something blocking input. Okay. Slash shot 7 and is 4 seconds instead of 5 seconds. How do you want to handle the timing? Okay, for the church staging, where should the vagon be accused? Center aisle, near the church door. The vagabond should be passing by the front door, outside the church. Minding her own business. Okay, how should we declare shot 8 now that shot 7 hard cuts to the crowd faces? How should we describe shot 8 now that shot 7 hard cuts to crowd faces? Crowd close-up. How do you want specific visual cues on the priest to foreshadow vampire identity? Keep it hidden. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Even shorter. Okay. Actually, we need to go back there. Keyframe that. 1 frame back. Keyframe that. 1 frame back. Keyframe this at 1.2. Keyframe here. House. Why is that stall for a frame? Alright. Annoying. Started at 1, ended at... Guess he gets a zoom as well. Guess he gets a different, gets a different... Maybe we can just do position. All right. Pan horizontal. I mean, all of this stuff we can figure out in, like, later once we have the shots. Let's get the timing right, though. Okay. Should the vagabond be visible through the open door of the church while passing outside? Visible through the open church door. Okay, let's set that up. Hey, Danux, good to see you. Hello, hello. Sorry, I was a little locked in there. I'm doing good, man. How's it all going? It's going good. We're starting to think about the trailer now, like a cinematic trailer for the Steam page. Starting to design it all. It's going to be a lot of work that goes into it, but I'm starting to get the blockouts of it. Good thing to do while we kind of multitask here. You know, these things are off chugging away in the background, means we can focus a bit of effort on generating all of this stuff. I mean, I got to think like how this is going to work. The accusation, the priest fiery zealotry as he steps onto the altar and points at the passing vagabond, visible through the church door. Maybe we don't have the church. Maybe we don't have him at the altar just yet. We have him somewhere else doing some other priest thing. So the altar like makes most sense. Then we can set the camera behind the priest facing forward like this. We can set the camera there so that we see all of the villagers and we see the door and we see the, and then we like zoom in like this. Welcome back, Goldie. Look, we're starting to get the cinematic paced out a little. That zoom's too aggressive. Nice, yeah. Awesome, bro. I'll tune in and out. Thanks, Danax. I know that editing isn't for everyone. I know it's very different from you know, actually designing the game, but I tell you, these days the marketing of a product, it's like so important. If you don't nail it, if you don't get the marketing right, then all the other work on the game can be for naught. It's a real challenge. It's a real challenge, and you wind up spending more time trying to like tell people about the thing through what you make than actually making stuff. Maybe these can reverse order. God dang it. There we go. What happened to the... Annoying that the animations are broken on this one now. One 7 is maybe too much. 1.2. Okay. Okay, let's see the crypts. That's actually so freaking close. So where's that? Okay. Let's have a look at the chapel's interaction target. That's a mesh 3D, so... Okay, to the outside world. We don't want that. We want from outside world. Yeah, this is something we're gonna have to fix here. We can fix it. We can fix it. From outside world is going to be here. Is this got no mesh on it? It's just a node 2D. This is a node 3D. Oh, no. It is a node 3D. That's the square in me coming out. Hold on. People still get weird. Hold on. Sell, get weird, or take thins. Sorry. Sorry, Raisins, but no, it's all right. You and Goldie are having a conversation there anyway. Let's see. There's a chapel door. Okay, there's the position, the from position. All right, so that's a good from position. Crit world placeholder. We'll have the door. Okay, I think I can do this. And then that can come here. Might have to separate the red from this door to make it a little bit more appropriate. But for now, that can work. Okay. So this is going to be not the chapel door, but the crypt door. Interaction target. Comes that. So that goes chapel door / static body 3D. How do I do the same here? I didn't realize you could do that. This is going to be the crypt store. That's cool. That's cool. This is going to be leave crypts. Let's give this a shot. Let's give this a shot. We might be there now. Now we've got the crypts connected to the main world as well. Wrong environment. Auto match harness should have that. F8. F6. I've got a gist of what your humor is. From what I can tell, it's similar to mine. Hell yeah. Okay, that's loading outside. We need to deal with that load, because that's a long load. Oh, it's made the whole damn crypt. All right, all right. And now look at that. The lighting is actually doing better. It's doing much better now that everything else has been unloaded. These crypts are so cool. We're going to have to redo them, you realize, guys. We're going to have to redo the layout of these crypts so that you can walk around and like explore the town using the using these pathways under the city. It's going to be so cool. Okay, now I need to put a door in here. I guess on the host it doesn't unload. All right, interesting. Okay, from outside world. There's a node 3D. Room travel interaction trigger. Room slot. I feel like this is still too complicated. We should just be able to have two objects. Configuring this is a bit of a nightmare right now, I think. I mean, it's not too bad, but it's also not as good as I would like it to be. Crypt's door. From Crypt's world. We might need to run this on multiple clients. Alright, we've got the Crypt store here. We've got the interaction target. This should define basically all of it. Room travel interaction trigger. Goes from the chapel world. That goes, okay, from entrance to exit. That crypt entrance. All right, hold on. I get it. I get it. Crypt store. We have to separate the carpet from this door. Okay. Why do you need doors next to the crypts? Why do I need doors for the crypts? Well, it's mostly because of these statues. There's like, I've done a lot to optimize them. So you can see there's like, you know, there's a lot going on down here. There's a lot of different statues with a lot of different geometry. And what I need to do to make this fine to run on a smaller computer, like on a computer that isn't this computer, is I need to be able to unload this world. I want to turn everything up here off and everything down here on. And so that's what the doors are doing. The doors act as like a trigger that let me swap from one environment to the other. So I can, yeah, it's a bit of like a switcheroo. This way, the only person that has to have it all loaded all the time is the host. And all the clients can switch parts of the game on and off and keep it running quickly. It's a good question, Hello. It's a good question. I think if you don't have that context, it might seem like a weird decision to add it, to make it do that. But you know, that's the essential reason for why we're doing that. The statues, yeah, exactly. I've got big plans for the statues. We might even get around to doing something with them today. There's like a good thing, a good challenge here related to ensuring that state synchronizes, like world state synchronizes. And so one thing I'd like to do is put these statue instantiators or statue instances, and they're going to like all around the world. We're going to have some of these statues in the world, like in the church too. I think I'm going to build it into like, maybe somewhere in here, maybe like in the wall here. There's going to be a like a little, a whole section with the statue inside of it, or potentially like a pedestal sitting somewhere at the corner of the room with the statue. And then every game, it will load in one of your statues into the world, and like just place it there for people to look at. So there's a one in 60 chance that your statue is the one that happens to show up in the lobby every game. And then we'll do the same with a large statue like right here. Can't wait for people to look at me. You're not wrong, Micro. And then of course you're gonna have like your fixed place where the statue always spawns every time inside of the. Yeah, it's a cool idea, right? And they will go and say, "Hey, yeah, exactly." They're gonna be like, "Why the hell is there a giant banana in this game? Why is there a stupid freaking? Why did Voodoo want a stupid eggplant in the game?" That's gonna be the conversation. Why is there a giant bottle of vodka here? Yeah. A bar wench? Somebody, yeah, that was, where is it? The bar wench. That was, I've lost her now. It's one of the more recent ones. It was, handicap pig on wheels? Yeah, exactly. That one's yours, Raisins. It'll show up. It'll show up in the world at like random spots. It's gonna be a thing. No, I really want those statues to mean something. I might even be like, I think that might be the next thing to do is like, we need more tiers of things for subs. And I think new sub goals might be, your statue appears in these like in-world locations. And that's, yeah, I think that's, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. So it'll be like, we're running out of stuff to do with the statues and subs anyway. So it'll be like, for 10 subs, your statue can get in the game world. Micro, how does one become a character? For a few people who I know are like are really good friends and have have put a lot of like time and financial support and ideas, and who are going to play the game when it goes live. There's a few spots for characters for those people. And then also we had people being like, you know what, I really want a character. And so we ended up coming up with the idea that, they take a really long time though. So we can't do a lot of them. We can only do a limited number of them. At the moment, I think it was, we have it 200 gifted subs gets a playable character in the game. So if one wants to become an actual character, at the moment it's 200 gifted subs, and then we take a timeout and we do the design of the character. And when the new character pipeline gets done, then that goes into the like these ones in red are characters that have been backlogged to go and do, but because they each take so long, what I need to do first is create the new art pipeline to get characters in more quickly, and then after that it'll just be much quicker to get all these ones in red done. And we're gonna have a sequence of streams probably at the end of this this multiplayer sprint, where it's just like, okay, character pipeline, and then we get lots of the backlogged characters in. So at the moment, 200 gifted subs is how you get a character in the game. Especially because they take so long to do. If we come up with a pipeline that speeds the process up, maybe we'll make it easier, but at the moment, that's what it is. Oh, I haven't heard this song in a hot minute. Um, hey, Sergius, how you doing? Good to see you. Okay. That goes there. I think this goes back into outside world. All right, let's see about that. Can we position this a bit better? Getting pretty close. That might even do the trick, honestly. Okay. Crypt's door. Highlight body, and then inside of Crypt's door, there is static body 3D. And I'm pretty sure now the where are we? So the layout, world layout, can now, if we edit that, it'll be the same path as the chapel. To crypts, it's going to be on this interaction target. Except instead of chapel door, this is crypt door. All right, cool. Let's give this a spin. Let's see how it works. Somebody better get ready to clip stuff, because I may or may not shit my pantaloons when that happens. Pretty excited, huh? Pretty excited, raisins. Okay. Um, a little bit. Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to those kind of features. All right. Let's try the harness. See if this works. Okay. That load is a bit long. That might need a loading screen, honestly. Enter crypts. And then we're in the crypts. And then we're going to exit the crypts. And then we're up in the game world again. That's a crypt. That's a crypt, chat. All right. World layout. And now... I think this... Okay, not the outside world. The crypt placeholder. So that door definitely needs a few tweaks. With the red carpet, fits really well, but it needs to not be part of the door. All right, one more spin. Let's see how it goes. Okay. Go outside, big load for that. Then we'll have a run to the crypts. Go into the crypts. That position needs changing. Because we don't want people standing on the roof of the crypts. We want them in the crypts. World layout. From outside. Goes down here. All right, one more. Why does AutoMod have an issue with the word wench? Yeah, if you could, only because we use the word a lot, I could see why it might want to AutoMod it, but also, I feel like it's the kind of thing that you could use to be mean to someone. And they're trying to get rid of people being mean, so... All right, we're in the crypts, guys. We're down here. The thing we could do now, I'm very tempted to do this, is to change the crypts so that they run like this. So that they run under the world, and instead of running like down and away, they could honestly be like, there could be a turn and it could head in this direction. And then the when we get to certain spots here, you could hit a thing to like teleport up to like places on the top world. I think that's got to happen for the crypts, because we've got a lot of windy crypt that we could unwind and make run in a different direction, and then that would make for really, really cool like navigation around the world. I think you could preload world as soon as possible, since the player will interact with it every time. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. You're absolutely right, Martin. I just didn't do it because I don't want all of the environments to load, but like every one of these houses is going to eventually, in theory, have its own environment. And so, yes, it needs to. This is one that will always be loaded, and so we should preload it. The other thing is like I think I want to use it to preload that in the main menu. So if you look at the game right now, I'll do another. If I leave match, you'll notice when I go to the main menu, the plan was to do exactly what you're talking about, Martin. There and this load, like when you come into the game, have it preloaded here, and then reuse that asset inside of the when you actually when you're back in a game. Oh right, of course it doesn't because the host left. But yeah, that will be the plan. That would be the plan. Dun dun dun! Monster time. Let's go with the werewolf. Why is this little guy so fast? I don't even understand it. Because right now it's unloading that and it could just keep it in memory. It could just keep it around. Okay. So I think the next thing I want to do on this lobby, if we go custom instances and run this with 4. Hold on, do we still have an error? I think we still have an error somewhere. Ah, this is the text mesh thing with convex. I really got to fix that up, or like even just catch the exceptions it throws. Okay, so when we're doing this, let's say we're all in the menu at the same time. Yeah, let's do it like this. Okay, say we're all in the menu at the same time. We have an issue where I don't want more than one of the same character in the game, right? Once a particular villager gets selected. Oh, hold on, I did the matchmaking harness. Of course we did. Yeah, of course we don't want that. If we go and load in like this, and everyone's in the same lobby, I need to use the roster of players to manage whether a character is selected. So say we matchmake and we all wind up here. If a person hits select, it needs to notify people that that selection was made, and it needs to remove them from it needs to remove the character here. It needs to lock, not even lock them, but to say like chosen or selected. We need some kind of icon that goes over their face so that if I select this guy, all of these get moved on to some other character. I think that might be the first next thing that we do. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's one of those first instances of complicated UI syncing that I think we'll have to actually do. We'll have to deal with that. But that's freaking exciting, guys, because that means if I'm moving on to this, it means that we're actually in a spot where the Okay, that means, I mean, if we're moving on from this, guys, it genuinely means that the multiplayer foundations are in, which is pretty exciting. Like these really big, like broad strokes. Oh my god, let's have 2 people in the crypts. We've never done that before. And we'll need to do something to make sure that we check for collisions, because look what's about to happen. If I didn't move off of this door, and then I go outside, when it finishes its load, it's gonna like collide with the or not. Have we already dealt with that? Surely not. If we have, then great. That's kind of funny. I'm blocked in. I'm blocked in by the other players. If he tried to escape right now, he's blocked. It's going to be so fun when you can like grab and drag people. I mean, it's fair to say, guys. I think we've done it. I think let me just check a transition into the crypts. See if I can see out there. I mean, nope, seems good. Oh my god, 2 people in the crypts. 2 people in the crypts, chat. The day-night cycle is actually out of sync. So that's one thing we can definitely get going first. Look, he's just standing here looking at the statues. He's just going, wow, that's cool. Just having a gawk. Just having a look. I cannot wait to walk through here with like Fasfi or with... I can't wait to walk through here with Kaz and show her the world like online as we walk through it together. That's going to be incredible. That's going to be amazing. I'm going to be able to give people virtual tours of the world that I built in the world. It's that's so cool. That's so cool. Pretty amazing, guys. Pretty amazing. The day-night cycle is progressing, but it looks like the weather system is no longer connecting to it. So, okay. So, let's first check this all in, because this is a big, big milestone. This is a big, big milestone. It's friggin' awesome. Okay. Implemented additive room loading in multiplayer. Holy crap, we did it. We did it, chat. I would love to lurk in someone's stream. You don't know and watch them enjoying the game you made. That's gonna be so good. I feel like if we get to the point where we launch this game, it'll just be like a whole week of us just going from stream to stream, watching people play it and taking notes and coming up with design ideas together. That's gonna be incredible. That's gonna be so much fun. That's gonna be so good. I feel like doing that with Faz or something would just be amazing. Okay, we do have some exceptions in the console here. After a short multiplayer session, I noticed the following error in the console for one of the clients. Oh, no, for the host. Okay. Yeah, I think locking the characters is the way to go here. I mean, hold on. Let me think of the other thing that we half implemented, those pips. I think that the different pips there are going to be something we need to fix. And let's have a think here. So, okay, we've implemented up to shot 6. We've implemented up to shot 6. In an animatic form. Let's create the different... what do we have to do now for shot 7? Okay. Those errors we don't care about. One of the clients had something? Okay. We also observed the following error for one of the clients. Hey, Super Chew, how you doing? Welcome in. I would love to lurk. Oh, sorry, I already read that, Katie. I know. How cool would that be? How cool would that be? It would be one of the coolest, most satisfying things. We really just need to make the game like amazingly good, though, so that when that happens, it's like it feels, it feels right. Okay, then. When that's done, the next thing we can do here... Okay, hold on. If shot 6 is done, shot 7 is your current next cinematic setup execution pass. For shot 7, here's exactly what to do next. Lock in the blocking. The priest starts below the altar, steps up, and then points to the church. Points through the open church, the vagabond passing outside. Lock in performance. The priest is a fiery zealot. Lock in staging. The vagabond must be clearly visible outside through the doorway. All right, let's do it. World layout is the one now with the lighting. That can actually go. So let's start with chapel and outside. 0, 0, 0. Chapel is 0, 0, 0. Chapel needs to be there. Let's get a door in here. For our outside environment. That turns off. We need to delete this door and somehow get a doorway. Maybe we just cop this together. I think we could comp it together, right? Which means... of course, hold on. Where's our chapel? Super Chew, today's prototyping day? Nice, man. What are you prototyping? What are you working on? That's always a fun day. I feel like the prototyping is always a really, really enjoyable time. Okay. The host rejects large movement jumps. During room travel, a client could still emit local movement state briefly before it's consumed the authoritative seed. Those stance samples look like teleport jumps to the host. Okay, when the owning peer enters the room, it clears, has authoritative seed, resets the send accumulator, stops publishing local movement samples until a fresh authoritative movement record arrives. Okay. Let's have a look at that. We've got a lot of like honestly, if we were going to do a code review for the last... Okay, handle room present change, room present... Yep. There's a lot of code review to do. There's a lot. I don't want to do that on stream though, because you guys are just going to get bored of me staring at code for days. Okay, so we can have the priest stand here, point toward the door. If he points towards the door, then the camera flies like this through the door into the town. Flies through the into the town. The vagabond's here shocked. We kind of need the vagabond to... this next shot's more complicated than the last ones. We almost need to make the hashtag not sleepy. Yeah, I know I'm yawning already and it's only 9 p.m., but... I mean, that, yeah, okay, so the shot flies like that. I almost need to, like, start cutting this into pieces. And it might honestly be the way to go anyway. Get rid of the door on the church. And we need to separate this out anyway. So what if we skip that shot? What shot comes after this? It hard cuts to shot 7 and shows the villagers' faces shifting into accusatory panic as they turn on the vagabond. Okay. I'm gonna do that too. Treat yourself to some early sleep today. Not a bad idea, Helu. Especially with his yawning. Either that or treat myself to a coffee right now. Coffee could be a good move. We like coffee. Okay, so that would be internal. Let's put it here. So that would be internal. Shot 6. We're looking at shot 7. But it has a different perspective, honestly, doesn't it? Shot 7's a bit more like this. Like straight on the villagers. Let's even put a few villagers in there. Okay. We might need the guard very soon too. Barbarian. Gonna have to make him a shocked face. Blacksmith. Oh, no wonder. That's a JSON file. Barbarian, blacksmith. Butcher's about to be replaced, so he can hold off just a little hot minute. And we're going to have to make the priest. We're going to have to make the priest to get these right. Let's see what we can do with this for the... without them for a minute. Look at all of their accusing faces. I love how the Night Watchman's already, like, got the accusing face on. Okay, that's... now we're getting the shot. Now we're getting the shot. We also need the priest up here. And we need their faces to be accusing, which will be a bit of a hassle, but we can do that. Where's these expressions? There's something here that sets the active expression, right? It's gonna be like the material. One of these is... there we go. Yeah, he's already got the angry face. That's good. That's good. Okay, angry face. Maiden can get... all right, one of these. Yeah, let's give her a bit of personality. Farmer. His expression turns... he can be angry. You know what? Let's make her cry. Chapel. Crying face. And then Blacksmith also gets his expression set to angry. Now we need the priest up here pointing. All right, first things first. We don't show gizmos or grids. Okay. Where's our other... Oh, I don't think we're going to be able to do that with... Okay, where are our screenshots? Let's see how this comes out. This could look good. Okay, the host rejects a large amount of jumps. Okay, yes. All right, let's move on to this next thing. So how do we want to actually represent this? We could show something like the current selected player, like the current selected character for each person. So as a person, kind of like, you think go grab one. You're saying go grab a coffee. Yeah, maybe I need to do that. Can do that. Be right back in 10 minutes. Come back with a coffee, a little bit more perky. Lock in, and then have an early-ish finish to the stream as well. I think there's been a series of late streams and early wakes. It's been a big week. I mean, that's not terrible. All right, we need to do a few adjustments. Okay, that's going to be better. Gizmo's back on. Night Watchman. He needs a bit of a rotate. Still no gizmos? Transform gizmo, yes please. Okay, yeah, there we go. Starting to look better. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a coffee, guys. I'll be right back in 10 minutes. See you guys soon.
Press start. Let's begin. Base codes world come. Step within the stream. Ignites the night unfolds. Dreaming in pixels. I'm alive. Worlds he builds. Come alive. Catch the stream. Let it unfold. Press start. Let's begin. Streaming visions, night to day. Base code is here to play. One more line, rewrite the code. One more line, rewrite the code. From code to game, the spark takes flight. Building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code. Unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made. A digital sky that will never fade. Press start. Let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start. Let's begin. One more line.
I'm back.
One more line, rewrite the code.
Okay, I'm back, guys. Okay, it didn't... It still repainted the first one. Not the second one. Which one's better, anyway? Let's go one more time. Okay. Pictures, screenshots. I think maybe the one with the maiden in the middle is better. We kind of established her as like as someone who's very upset. I think this composition might just be better too, with the brutish guy in the background there. We need to change the lighting to daylight as well. Will be the next thing that we do there. Okay. One more quick test. I know we've kind of like gone and messed this scene up a little. Let's put the transform gizmo on him. Farmer a little to the right. And we'll get rid of this gizmo again. I mean, that's not half bad. That might be better than this one. Yeah, I think it is. The other thing we might be able to do to improve this, did we change the layout a little? I think we did. We improved it a little, but let's download the images of each of these characters and then upload those as supporting evidence. So okay, we're going to do one more here where we download each of these guys. If I copy that as PNG, we can move it across a little bit more quickly. We need to change their faces though. All right. We need crying faces. We need, oh, there's so many faces that'll have to come into this. Angry faces, crying faces. Angry faces and crying faces. Yep. That'll do it. Angry faces, crying faces. We can get those in. Let's do that. Here. Open that. Expressions. Pretty way to like quickly locate these assets. Okay, hold on. Expressions. Crying will be one for sure. Okay, what do we got? We've got the Maiden, the Night Watchman. Night Watchman, we've got the Maiden. Night Watchman, Maiden. Farmer. Let's get rid of this text. I think it's kind of counterproductive. We picked the Barbarian as well. Barbarian and Blacksmith. It can be so handy, guys, to have all the art in one place like this. Like the speed of like just being able to access resources and conceptualize things. It's a really great way to like conceptually group things. I don't know how I'd be doing this project with the same speed if I hadn't come up with that. I think it might be important for me to start to think about like, you know, asset management at a higher level for the project. For like other files and grouping in some way where I can access, you know, I can access files. I don't know how to explain it. Access files. Based on like images as well, rather than just assets. I like file names. I think those file names kind of, yeah, they create. It can be harder to find stuff when everything's laid out just like this. Like if I'm reading here versus looking at the actual image, it's a yeah, it's a really big difference. I think we might even need to make a new expression for a truly angry expression. Okay, this time. Angry and outraged. Okie dokie. It's all going off in the other rooms, I can hear. On my way to get coffee, it was popping off. Dev was screaming like a mad lady. Fastfee was yapping it up. I need to up my game. I need to up my game, guys. I can't be here in like sleepy mode, locked in and focusing. I need to be interesting and entertaining. Otherwise, this stream ain't gonna make it. I need to fix my sleep patterns too. It's this weird thing where it's like the excitement about the product kind of overwhelms the, you know, my desire to rest, and it can be counterproductive. Sure. Wolf howls. Wakes up, 2, 3, 4. Accusation. Oh, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. Maybe that's actually perfect for the expression of the fixed sleep patterns. You mean no more streaming till 4:30 in the morning? Imagine that, Goldie. I don't know if I'll be able to. I don't know if I'll be able to. I'm too like productive in the early hours that I do have to get better. I do have to get better. I admit that much. Angry and outraged. Avoid decorations like flames and smoke. Hello, Snolzy. How are you doing? Having a bit of a slow stream today. I think I needed my coffee. How are you? I've got my coffee here now. We need to play Slay the Spire too. We do. True that. I had a good run today on Slay the Spire 1 on my phone while I was waiting for Fast at the shops. It was good. I did a what's it called? The Ironclad with armor, and I like slew the spire. And even did it with all 3 keys, which was sick. And we all need to play Peak together too. True that. And we all need to play freaking Not Monsters together as well, guys. So there's like, so I'm working on it. I'm working on it. But yeah, other games would be good too. Would very much enjoy that. What on earth? This time angry. True alpha transparent background. Okay, let's kick this thing off. If it passes, I mean, maybe the thing to do is test suites. So, one thing that our project is missing is testing. We have it in some other parts of the solution, but not in the client. I'd like to be able to have you run and write integration tests for the various parts of the system. I think we'd also be smart to come up with a few different testing methodologies and standards which we can use consistently. Let's start by discussing the concept and locking down some ideas and implementation pathways. Okay. Don't change the shape of the eyes too much. Don't change the color too much either. Soon, TM. I know I can be unreliable like that. I'm sorry, Goldie. I feel like my life is so cram-packed with stuff sometimes that, you know, the things that you want to do that you don't always get around to them, unfortunately. But it's about prioritizing, you know? Like what matters? What am I really trying to get done? Like what do I, you know, what do I want? Like, don't change the shape of the eyes too much. Don't. Don't change the eyes too much. Don't change the color too much either. Don't add special effects. Like smoke or fire. Water, smoke, or fire. 100%, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you get it, dude. You're pretty, like, locked in and busy. You're putting together pitch decks and working on game ideas, and it's like, yeah, it all adds up, man. Sometimes you know, when you have time, it's like, we could be working on the game, or I could be working on, like, I could be, you know, relaxing and having fun, and it's like, you know, often when there's stream time, but like weighing those options up, often I default to like, okay, you know what, let's just work on the game, because I feel like that moves us forward to like this whole stream being better, us having a, can you imagine if this game gets done and goes out and like does really well? How cool would that be? That would be absolutely incredible. And then we can play that, we can play the game on stream. Okay, that's pretty good. But that looks a lot like determined. Do we add some eyebrows in? Do any of these have eyebrows? I think I remember this song. I haven't heard this in forever. I think. Maybe. I was expecting a drop there. No, this is not the song I was thinking of. Yeah, that's the vibe. That's the vibe. How are you doing, Snolzy? How's life? What's your favorite album? Like, favorite album of all time? I mean, this one's pretty good. Like the Bella, one of the content, you know, one of the people who comes through the stream fairly often has made some music that got duped by the song. Totally. Yeah, Theodore, she made some really, really cool soundtracks, like inspired by the stream, which I think is very cool. You can check them out here, actually, if you're curious. So maybe it's a little bit, I don't know, maybe it's a bit much to be like, my favorite soundtracks are the one from this stream, but at the same time, they are pretty cool. Remove the black background and replace it with a true alpha transparent layer. Should we revisit all the other faces to include eyebrows? Eyebrows might really work for some of these. I mean, they work quite well here. Look how much better they are than that. These eyebrows are a good idea. They're a good vibe. Eyebrows are expensive? What do you mean, Jess? What do you... Expressive. You're right, yes. I read that as expensive for some weird reason. You didn't write that, but that's how I read it. Expensive. You know, you gotta buy tweezers to maintain them. You gotta like... Okay, we gotta do... Keep whites in the eyes. Use an alpha transparency layer for background. Flat colors on add the whites to the eyes. We'll see how we go up above dyslexia. A little bit, Theodore. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You ain't wrong. I was a little dyslexic there. Okay, let's have a look. So, the client has no actual project or test runner today. The existing validation patterns on the client side are headless exported with, headless startup smoke checks, manual scenario docs. The server already uses XUnit. Ooh. So there's an existing repo precedent for .NET Test. What I recommend we lock in a hybrid test strategy, not one framework for everything. Use XUnit for pure C# and service level tests. Use a custom headless Godot harness for scene and runtime integration tests. Use multi-purpose headless Godot for true multiplayer scenario tests. Ooh, that's pretty freaking cool. The client's a Godot app with many auto loads and seam composed runtimes. Pure logic. I mean, I prefer NUnit over XUnit, but they're basically the same thing. Okay. Scene contract tests. Multiplayer scenario tests. Keeps the primary test language in C#. Every bug fix should add a regression test at the lower Too much focus on unit testing can slow the project down and make it much harder to maintain. I'd like to create some standards here that mean we don't get it too attached to our testing. Tests. If a test gets in the way of development, it should be deleted. If a test changes the shape of one of our implementations dramatically just so that it's testable, the usability in the production setting rather than the testing setting should be prioritized. Tests can also become slow and cumbersome to run and write if the standards for how the tests are structured are not clearly defined. Tests should be written consistently. Here are some standards that I want to follow. Tests should always have clear arrange, act, and assert sections. The method name should always follow the structure method under test underscore Method under test, what the test should do. Under what conditions it should do it. For instance, for unit tests, for instance, let's see. Door interaction trigger should trigger scene change when activated by player. Should change player scene. Okay. Let's continue to explore other risks that are associated with adding unit tests to the project and create policies to avert them. Is the thing where the eyes see the start and end of the word. Dude, I totally read that like that all the time. I skim read it, and if the letters are all jumbled in the middle, doesn't even matter to me. Maybe some people get them tattooed. Hold on. I mean, that would be a cool thing to do, Jess. It's like player customization options. People can change their hats, or, people can have a tattoo or something like that. That would be really, really cool. Right now, I'm just focused on let's get it in to begin with, and we'll take it from there, I don't know why, but I always love this specific fit. Are you wearing you're talking about a fit of clothes? What you're wearing, right? You mean like right now? With the jacket? This is just me going out to shop with Fast before streaming. I always forget to, but yeah, nice. I gotta remember that. Good jacket is good. Thank you for feedback. Much appreciated. Okay, I'm turning your constraints into a concrete test policy rules for the code base with emphasis on keeping tests high value, disposable, and subordinate to production design. Agreed. For this client, the biggest testing risk is not too few tests, it's the wrong tests. Tests are tools, not a design driver. For this project, production ergonomics beats test ergonomics. Tests must justify their maintenance cost. Brittle or obstructive tests should be deleted. We should prefer fewer, higher value tests over broad, low value coverage. Yep, tests distort production design. Wrong scene composition, wrong Godot ergonomics, less reliable runtime code. Never introduce test-only seams unless they also improve production design. Do not refactor scene runtime code just to make it unit testable. If the tests require major structural compromise, prefer the integration test or no test. Overcoupling to implementation details. Tests lock in private flows, exact helper usage, and internal ordering. Harmless refactors become expensive. Okay. Test observable behavior, not intrinsic mechanics. Avoid asserting on intermediate state unless it's part of the feature contract. Avoid mock-heavy tests that will call choreography. Slow test suites. Developers stop running them. CI becomes noisy and too slow. Feedback loop breaks. Policy. Default to fast tests. Slow tests must be explicitly categorized and opt-in locally. Every test layer should have a clear runtime budget. If a test is slow and low value, delete it. Okay. Suggested budgets. Unit test profile. Unit test file seconds. Runtime integration test suite minutes, not tens of minutes. Multiplayer scenarios, only small curated sets. Flaky tests, timing, physics, network ordering, frame dependency. Developers lose trust in failures. Yes, yes. Hey, Harry. Yo, Harry IRL. Dude, okay, so this is an alt account for you. Nice to see you here on a different account. How you doing, man? I think we had you here on a different account recently, like maybe even this account. Or is this another new account? No, I remember. You weren't here with this one. I'm just looking at the chat history. For sure. This is the type of outfit for style. Thank you, Snolzy. Thank you. I appreciate that. I try and keep it simple. I try and keep it really simple, you know? If you keep it simple, you can't really go wrong with it. It's, yeah. Okay. No arbitrary sleeps when avoidable. Use deterministic wait until conditions with bounded timeouts. Prefer exact state transitions over frame count assumptions. Flaky tests should be fixed quickly or removed. Excessive unit test coverage for unstable code. Rapidly evolving systems get buried in low-level tests. Okay, policy. Do not unit test unstable implementation just because it exists. Add tests after behavior stabilizes or after a bug proves a seam is worth protecting. Prioritize regression tests for expensive failures. Good. How much have we got here? Duplicate coverage across layers. Same behavior tested in unit integration and scenario layers. High maintenance, low extra confidence. Policy. One primary layer owns each behavior. Use the lowest reliable layer, not every possible layer. Only duplicate coverage for high risk flows. Test utilities becoming a separate framework. Custom helpers, fake worlds, fake nodes, fake services. Tests become harder to understand than production code. Policy. Keep helpers thin and boring. Prefer explicit setup inside the test over deep helpers and abstractions. Shared helpers should remove repetition, not hide behavior. Snapshot and golden file style drift. Easy to generate, hard to trust. Failures often are noisy and low signal. Policy. Avoid broad snapshot style tests by default. Use explicit assertions over large serialized output comparisons. Only snapshot stable contracts with clear review value. False confidence. A large test count can hide the absence of meaningful scenario coverage. All right, we want to cover business critical failures. Where are we? Let's keep this a little easier for you guys to read. Failures, room travel, spawn materialization, movement sync, reconnect, resume, host migration. Don't change percentage-based coverage goals. Standards to lock in. Test structure. Every test uses explicit arrange, act, assert sections. Use those sections visually obvious. Keep those sections visually obvious. The unit testing naming. Method test should do thing when condition. Example. One behavior per test. Test should answer one question. If it provides multiple independent outcomes, split it. Assertions should be specific. Assert the contract that matters. Avoid giant assert everything tests unless the object is itself a serialized contract. Prefer black box assertions. Inputs in, behavior out, not which helper got called. Yes. I love your jacket. Thank you, Harry. There's a lot of feedback on the jacket today. I feel like maybe I ought to wear this thing more often. I'm not sure if you remember me or not. No, I remember you, Harry. You were in here. We were talking about like the Formula One, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Unfortunately, I can't log into it anymore. I think I told you about this. Yeah. I used to ask a lot of questions. You know, I know, dude. I love questions. Keep them coming. Keep them coming, man. Good to have you back in here. Good to have you back. Okay, so this is a big yes. Delete on friction rule. If a test materially blocks legitimate refactoring and no longer protects meaningful behavior, delete it or replace it. Do not preserve test structure out of sentiment. Production first value. No API shape changes purely for tests unless that API also improves runtime code. Layer ownership rule. Unit tests for pure logic only. Runtime integration tests for scene services and runtime composition. Multiplayer scenario tests for cross-peer flows. Recommended methodology for this project. Not a unit test heavy pyramid. More like small pure unit layer serializers, state transitions, record validation, deterministic helpers. Strong runtime integration layer, headless Godot, runtime auto load plus runtime behavior. Likely the most valuable layer for client code. Very small curated multiplayer scenario layer, only highest risk flows, run less often but intentionally. It fits the code base much better, yes. Okay, where are we? Write a unit test when the code is pure and mostly pure, stable, easy to integrate without Godot scene machinery, guard logic that would be expensive to break. Good candidates are transport serializers. Yep. When not to write a unit test, avoid unit tests when code is deeply scene composed, dependent on auto loads, strongly tied to Godot life cycles, still changing rapidly, only testable through invasive mocking. For those, prefer integration tests or manual verification. No coverage quotas, no mandatory tests for trivial code. Every bug fix should consider a regression test, known only at the right layer. Every new test should answer, what failure does this protect us from? Why is this the right layer? So there's a lot going on here, guys. There's a lot going on here, but it is going to be very useful once implemented to get this running. The slower flaky test must be tagged separately. I think slower flaky tests must be deleted. Manual test matrices remain valid from systems where automation is not yet worth the cost. So we're going to go ahead and action this. It is going to lock up our code base for a while, but it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it, I think. Absolutely. Absolutely, Harry. Go ahead. Ask away. Like I said earlier, I love the questions, man. Keep them coming, please. You seem really fresh today. What's your use? Oh my God, no, you're so wrong about that, Harry. The reason I'm fresh is probably because I just went to get a coffee. And I made a very deliberate effort to come back and sit down here and lock in and be animated because the last 2 hours of this stream, I've been kind of zonked. I've been a little bit out of it. I actually have a pretty bad sleep schedule right now. What's your wake up time and what's the one thing that keeps you motivated every day? My usual wake up time is about 9:30, 10 a.m. And I usually do that because I have to deal with work stuff and meetings from my company. And that's a pretty big sleep deficit. And then I accumulate that because often, what keeps me motivated and what keeps me excited right now is the game. I'm really, really, really excited about making this game. I'm so freaking excited. I've been working so long. The last game that I made or my company made, I didn't really get to be involved in the creative process very much. I just managed people as they made the game. And so the thing that's exciting me is actually being creative and getting in here and starting to make some stuff myself. That's incredibly exciting. Very exciting prospect to me. So, it's, that's what's getting me out of bed. That's what's motivating me right now, Harry. But that's not very sustainable. What tends to happen is on a Saturday morning, I'll sleep and catch up on the missed sleep from throughout the week. And I'll sleep 12 hours all at once. And then, reboot the whole cycle again. But yeah, I try and get 8 hours sleep, but I'm not always able to do it. Will you have someone always available to ban cheaters? Katie, I don't know about, I feel like with this game, how to explain this? This might be if somebody wants to cheat on this game, you know, like it's a you know, self-hosted game that you play with your friends for the most part, and you play online. Like if it becomes a problem, then we might have to create some kind of like reporting system and a banning system. But we'll probably use Steam to do that. If anything, we'll use Valve's anti-cheat, to like a VAC. There's a VAC system. We can try and use that to keep the game safer, as one layer. And then the other thing you can do is you can introduce other anti-cheat systems. But I can't pay someone to be around to like respond to every cheater, unless the game makes a lot of money, and then we have to like think about, you know, something different. Not sure if people would be compelled to cheat. There are reasons why they could cheat, Sinfire. The game is going to have a currency system where, as you keep playing, you unlock that currency and then you use that to unlock characters. So people might be incentivized to just like unlock a bunch of points and then like buy all of the skins or something like that. But the other thing is, like, sometimes people are just dicks. Sometimes people are jerks, and they want to ruin it for everyone else, and they want to feel like, you know, they want to have God mode, and they want to feel like a god. And so that might be the reason that they are compelled, but I'm not going to worry about it as a fundamental, you know, I'm not going to go and redesign the entire game to be completely secure, because it's ultimately not a competitive game. It's a party game. And party games, if people want to cheat in party games, people are going to cheat in party games. And, you know, they just kind of ruin it for themselves and the people that they're in that game with. But there's not like a ranked matchmaking system. There's not like, there's not leaderboards. They don't stand to really gain anything by cheating in this. So I think I hope that it's not going to be a problem for that reason. It's not going to be a large problem, at least. Okay. When not to write tests. Only testable through invasive mocking. Hold on. We were up here. Write a unit test when the code is pure and mostly pure, stable, yes. Transport serializers. When not to write a unit test. Avoid unit tests when the code is deeply scene composed, dependent on autoloads, strongly tied to Godot life cycles, still changing rapidly, only testable through invasive mocking. For those prefer integration tests or manual verification. Additional policies I'd recommend. No coverage quotas. Yep. Write a short client testing standards doc. Yep. Start with very small initial scope, a few pure unit tests, one headless runtime integration test, one or two high-value regressions, reevaluate after the first batch. Which behaviors should be forbidden from unit test-driven design changes? What test categories do we want as official names? Unit, runtime integration, multiplayer. For the names, I'm happy with unit, integration, multi-test, smoke. What runtime budget is accessible for each category? What is the threshold for deleting a test? If a test interferes with the addition of, at all slows development down, remove it. If a test gets in the way of progress and slows development down, remove it. The threshold for removing tests should be quite low. What runtime budget is acceptable for each category? The runtime budgets proposed earlier are acceptable. Without a fast fix, remove it or quarantine it. If a test forces awkward production structure, your recommendations for deletion threshold are all right, but that doesn't have a all right. Okay. Move ahead and move with turning this into a concrete draft standard and test policy. Okay. See, maybe I should interrupt this and say unit test, integration test, multi-test, smoke test. One slight change. How do I expand this pasted lines thing? For the names, let's use unit test, integration test, multi-test, smoke test. Everything else that we covered before remains. Okay. You don't need anti-cheat. Your friends just don't want to play with you anymore. Yeah, pretty much. There is going to be a matchmaking system in the game though, guys, that just puts everybody together and goes yeah, go for it. So you could run into a cheater online, and maybe we need a reporting system. And if a person gets reported too often, then they don't get to play. That would be one thing we could do. And we'll be able to do that with a Steam account too. It's just all we have to do is have a report system. When a person gets too many reports against them, then we just blacklist them and they don't get matchmaked. Or we could matchmake them with other cheaters, something like that. Okay, glad we got that out of the way. Let's see how this actually looks, because maybe this is a call to action for us to make better faces, because the faces are such a potentially important asset, right? I think simple is better. This might be too detailed, honestly. Adapt this to a neutral expression. Or party host can kick. Yep. That's definitely an option too. That's definitely an option too. Host can kick would be a really, really viable solution as well, Katie. But I don't want to try and solve those kind of problems, like especially not in the demo. Not in the demo. Past the demo, then we can look at like, hey, is cheating a problem? What do we like? What countermeasures do we need to put in place for it? But right now, we should be okay for a while at least. What do you guys think of this kind of face? It looks good here, but when I put it on there, I don't know if I like it, honestly. I don't know if I like this compared to our other simpler expressions. The simpler expressions with the black eyes and the white dots might be like, they might be better. Though I don't know if, yeah, definitely not the demo. I know, right? I know, it's probably the right, that's probably the right call. That's kind of cute though. The background needs to be true alpha transparency. Makes such a big difference. Honestly, it's such a small change, but this is going to make such a big difference. What do you think, Katie? Do you have a preference for faces? I need the same expression for both styles, I think. And then we'll be able to actually, like, try and be objective about it then. Like, seeing them side by side is really, really going to help. I think the whites in the eyes are kind of like... any with tears expression. Like, you think that, like, yeah, the... like, this one's going to be better, right? The black eyes with the white dots rather than the white eyes with the black sections. So I think what you're saying is this one and this one. These are the better ones. Over like that one and this one. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I think I'm with you. Everybody else feel the same way? Same thing. Do use the eyebrows to enhance the expression. Don't change the eyes too much. Don't change the color. True alpha transparent background. White pupils. Cubes, you agree? Okay. That's good, because then we don't need to go and redesign a whole bunch of stuff. I think these expressions are going to be best. Also, look at it on the chicken. Look at that chicken. That's a cute chicken. The chicken got the big eyes. It's a cute chicken. Cluck, cluck, cluck. That's what we gonna keep. It's so cute. So cute. Have you seen the chicken yet? Katie? you've probably seen the shots and the plan, right? The trailer plan where the wolf goes ooh, and then it wakes up everyone, and then they go oh no, and then he goes oh, and then the chicken goes cock-a-doodle-doo, and then we have another scene that I'm still kind of working on, and then a bunch more scenes after that where probably, here's the next work in progress, and then the priest accuses the vagabond, and then no, and then Goldie, and then yeah, they all get angry at the vagabond, and then the vagabond runs away, and no, and then, and and then. Yep, that's a funny one. We could probably make them more angry. It could be even more angry like that. Alright, this one should just get downloaded and plopped right in here. I think this is shot 8. Shot 8. How do you add a placeholder? There's got to be like a... How do you create a placeholder media? Surely that's a thing. Dude, where's my car? Yep. What's the... Yeah, that's Dude, where's... Yeah, it's a good show. That's a good movie. Great movie. Getting crushed. Coops, why is the sad face there? Oh, the sad face is you're imitating the sad face from these guys. I mean, yeah, fair enough. All right, where were we with that? Maybe we don't even need the other expression. They're angry enough. Oh yeah, we were doing a cool prompt. Where did that one go? Add files and photos. And we were going to use the villagers with their expressions. That's why I was doing this. Now I remember. Maybe that's not even a good one. Maybe we just go with the one that's actually in the game right now. I mean, maybe we have a determined expression in there as well instead of just everyone's angry. Determined. I think, where was it? One of the... What one's he currently using? Determined, and then there's... I guess it is the determined one. We need the priest in the background with a smug expression. Okay. Paint over these characters without changing their posture using the provided images. As reference. See if it changes very much at all. Are we there yet? It was a great movie. We're not there yet. We're not there yet, Katie. If you're asking about the game or if you're referencing the movie, I missed that reference. I don't remember that from Dude, Where's My Car? Great movie, though. Everyone, anyone ever watched, what was it? White Castle? The quest for the, like, what was it? Amazing advertising for that, Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. That's another one that just feels like, Dude, Where's My Car? Yep, great movie. Agreed. All right, how's that going? Ooh, it finished and I didn't even hear the ding. Standards testing and then agents. What it locks in. Production first rule. Okay. Yeah, let's move this ahead into the implementation plan phase. Well done. But no. Where's the screenshot? Surely it's... we can go in the screenshots folders. Screenshots. Do a paint over of this image, including those characters. Image using the character references provided. Copy pasta. Copy a pasta. A copy a pasta. And then we'll get that scene. And then we'll put the priest at the corner. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, the next step should be a stage rollout, not a big bang framework. Test framework. What we're optimizing for: low friction tests, easy deletion, production ready designs, consistent naming and structure, fast local feedback, narrow high value coverage. Currently, the client has no test frameworks. Yes, existing client validation is inspect scene export, headless startup smoke check, manual verification docs. There is already an editor / auto match harness, but it's editor oriented and not a real reusable automated test harness. Server already uses XUnit. Smoke test foundations first, minimal unit test project second, one real integration test harness third, multi-test after the final three are working and cheap. That gives us the most value with the least risks. Phase 1, smoke test foundation. Formalize the validation we already run manually. Deliverables, a documented smoke test command set, a small runner or manifest for named smoke checks, a rule that smoke checks stay cheap and boring. Initial smoke test, headless project startup, targeted export ref checks for key scenes, direct instantiation of each of those different scenes. Why first? Fastest, coincidence, confidence gain, no design pressure on runtime code, directly useful for scene heavy Godot work. All right. Phase 2, minimal unit test project. Add a small disciplined unit test layer for pure logic only. Recommended shape. One test project, likely tests XUnit. Standard category for unit test. Rules for this phase: do not chase volume. Only pure or mostly pure logic. No scene tree dependence. No mocking heavy choreography tests. The best initial unit test is... Oh, really? Avatar movement transport serializer. Okay. Network spawn registry. Room presence service. Host migration snapshot remapper. Fast runner establishes naming, structures, and filtering. Integration harness. Create a small main client for testing layer. Okay. I mean, it's a lot, but really we could have been doing this the entire way, and it might make sense to start to introduce it now. Okay, test execution model, targeted smoke test, targeted unit test, opt-in local, integration test, less frequent multi-test. All right. This is nice. This is good. This is a good little summary, and I really like all of that. That's exactly what we told it to do, but boiled down into something nice and clear. I don't know if I like that folder structure. For the folder, I don't think it's a good idea to have the whole name. Um, where was that proposed? Oh boy. That was not... Oh my gosh, Greybeard! Yo, thank you, Greybeard, for the 5 community gifted subs. Ah, man, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Harry got one too. Yo. How are you doing? How are you doing, man? Thank you for coming in and dropping that. Oh, dude. Tip of the hat to you too, sir. Wait. Hold on. We can, where is it? We have one for this. There we go. Thank you, Greybeard. I really appreciate that. How are you doing, man? How's your day going? Hope everything's going well. We're, you came in the other day. You were talking about how we're, how you're putting in like policies for secure development. I'm doing something similar, but we're starting to just manage to call it an early weekend. Hell yeah. I'm starting to do some of that like quality control type stuff for my project right now. As you can see, we're starting to put in tests. We're putting in a whole unit testing framework for the client to make sure that we don't get any bugs or regressions, and that when we find bugs and fix them, that we guard against them not regressing in future. There's a lot of that happening, and it's actually like I'm finding GPT is very good at running tests and writing tests. So yeah, we're putting them in. We're putting them in, man. Okay. Rather, this solution can go in a folder called simply tests. If it's possible, we should, let's see, we've got client, we've got server. Oh, you know what, actually? Did we change the not monsters.client? Yeah, we did. The project name can still be that though. Okay, rules for this phase. Do not chase volume. Do not chase volume. Absolutely don't chase volume. Only pure, mostly pure logic. Yes. QA work. It's a different kind of QA though. It's not like, it's not going to be manual QA, but it is going to save us a lot of time, hopefully. I hope we'll be able to write some tests. We'll be able to do like, play testing things, but this will also just like make sure that when we implement new stuff, we don't break existing things. Okay. Integration test harness creates a main client for testing. Does everybody know like what the difference between like smoke tests, integration tests, and unit tests are? I'm guessing a lot of people are being like, why is he even doing this? Hey, don't sell it short, Seb. Any QA is important. Yeah, you definitely, Greybeard, you're gonna know what it means. But I'm more like, I don't know if there are other people who might be curious, like Katie or Coobs or Raisins. It's I find this is something actually I'm pretty passionate about. I think in game development, you find more often than not, it could be a good learning moment. I mean, yeah, exactly, Goldie. In game development, unit tests, like testing in general is usually not done well, and the way that games are built is usually not very testable at all. like at all. And so what I'm doing here is kind of non-standard for game development, but I think it's a really, really good practice for maintaining a project as it grows. When it gets to a certain size and gets to a certain complexity, that's when testing becomes really like a very, very valuable thing to do. I've seen some massive AAA companies that don't do any tests. So the first thing we're going to be doing in this is, hold on. So unit tests are like tests around a small little bit of logic that's contained and usually immutable, like pure, I should say, not immutable, where there's predictable inputs and predictable outputs. And so you have sections of code that go arrange. I'll write some. I'll have this write some, and then I'll go and I'll open them up and show you guys. It's like you set up the preconditions for the thing that you want to test. You run the actual thing that changes that does the logic, and then you assert whether the thing changed in the way that you expected to. And that, in its essence, is what the testing process is. It's code that checks that code is working. So instead of having for me to jump into the game and play it over and over and over to check all these little things that need to be working, when I write something new, I or the AI will write a little bit of code that makes sure that the thing works, and then I'll validate it in the game, but it will validate it in the code. And the advantage to that is you understand how things should work. If you want to understand how the code works, you go read the test, and it tells you like how, what it's supposed to, what the promise of that bit of code is. And then on top of that, if something changes that breaks something, you don't have to wait a week to find that this thing that used to work stopped working. You run the tests again. And because the code just goes over all of your code to make sure that everything works, the time between breaking it and knowing that it broke gets a lot shorter. And that's a really, really big advantage, because the longer you build on something broken, the harder it can be to fix that broken thing, and the more severe the bug can be as well. So smoke tests, which are the first thing that we're going to do, like they're a bit different from they're more like integration tests, but they're integration tests that check things at a high level. So kind of like making sure that the core functionalities work, and preventing things that would essentially like it prevents wasted effort on broken software. So it checks all your preconditions. And so those are the things it's setting up to run first. And so it's making sure like the world connects together, and that the project can run and compile and all of that. Do you want to explain a black box test versus a smoke test? Black box testing is the idea that the inputs and outputs should be pure, and that the concerns of the test shouldn't be complicated by the implementation details. And so it's like saying that's a lot of jargon, but it essentially means that the test should say, I set these things up, I do this, I know nothing about what happens inside of the system. It's a black box with like inputs go in, outputs come out. What happens inside of it, the test knows nothing about that. And then at the end, you assert that the result was correct. And smoke tests, I think I kind of just explained there, Goldie, where a smoke test is making sure that the preconditions to something working are correct. So that like the project is configured, that it compiles, that the important basics and routing of how the thing functions all kind of connect and work together. Yeah. Okay, so where were we at? We were just here reading. And then integration tests are a little bit different. Integration tests ensure that different components of the system work with one another. And so it's not testing one small part, because that's an important thing with a unit test. It should have one reason to fail. A good unit test should fail for only one reason. But sometimes you want to test the relationships between different systems. Now we have a clip for socials. Thank you, Goldie. I appreciate that. I need to do more of this. I really need to do more of this. So integration tests, they make sure that two independent systems that collaborate. So things sometimes can be cohesive but not coupled. And two cohesive systems, you want to make sure that those things work together. And so that's integration tests. Those are a little bit more complicated than unit tests, and they can fail for more than one reason. But they can be really important for making sure that like multiple systems work together. Multi is going to be a little bit more complicated than integration tests. Multi is going to be like a level higher because it's going to run multiple systems and it's going to have them communicate with each other and make sure that that communication takes place. And so that's kind of the hierarchy of the different tests that we're going to write and the different phases of how we're going to implement them in this solution, at least. So, okay, smoke tests, unit tests, integration tests, and then multi-tests. Write them consistently. I think I don't like the project, so I'm going to make that correction here, like the project shape. I think this is good. This is good. So the unit tests should be tests. The unit tests can then go in their own folder, e.g. Okay, e.g. Okay. The first minute slate, create an XUnit client and test project, formalize smoke test commands in suite, add 3 to 5 high value unit tests, add 1 minimal integration test harness, add a regression integration test from the bugs we just fixed. Okay. Other than that, let's go ahead with phase 1. Model 5.4. I think. Oh no, not export, effort. Okay, let's see. Model. I think we've got a good plan here, but it doesn't need like. It shouldn't need high here, which is what I'm trying to move it off of. What's the shortcut to change that? There's going to be a lot of changes here, and the plan's pretty good, and it should be fairly straightforward. I don't think extra high is necessary for this. Let's see if I can. Ooh, interesting. I wonder what plugins this thing supports. I also wonder what variant cycle is. Okay. It put them all in a T-pose. Don't change the order of where they stand. Leave them in the place of the original larger image that contains the environment. Don't change their posture either. The aesthetic of the provided reference images for each of the characters should be applied to the character in the environment. During the paint over. Let's see. Let's see if we can do it without that. I suspect that's going to go wrong, but, you know, we'll see. How do I change the amount of effort that GPT uses in OpenCode? Black box only checks if inputs and outputs is correct. Smoke test checks in all component Deliver as expected. Yes, yes. We basically have unit testing integrated into dev tools and regression testing integrated into our deploy tools. Yeah, handy, Graybeard. That's It sounds like you've got some DevOps in that as well. Okay. Surely you can do this through the UI. Surely this is something we can do through the UI. Nope. That is not a working. I mean, it's honestly, it's not too bad. I don't mind it. I don't hate it as it was here. Maybe we leave it at that. Do we have the priest? Yeah. We need to add the priest to the background. We almost need to shift them across a little too. Something happened here where it shifted them further to the right. See how it moved them all across into the center of the frame? Which would have been a good thing if I didn't want to use that side of the frame for something, but I suppose I should have put the priest in at that point. Good morning, Jason. How you doing? Good to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. How are you? We're getting further and further in our we're getting further along in our trailer, and we're starting to do some testing, unit testing, for the game so far. Check it out. Hold on. I'll show you some of the rough composition for the... Yeah, check it out. Check it out. So, cock-a-doodle-doo. So I'm just gonna kind of transition from the howl into this, and I'm gonna try and make the position of those two seem good, and that means these might actually get, you know what, they'll get even faster. Probably like that. Yeah, that's better timing. That's better pacing. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we've got the next thing that we're going to have to do with the accusing the vagabond. It's gonna be good when it's done, guys. It's gonna be good. What does variant cycle mean? Oh, it is. This is it. This is it. Control T. Okay. What's the last thing I asked it to do there? Can break this into a concrete execution checklist with the proposed files, commands, and the first exact tests to add in phase 1. Yep. Go ahead. What do you think, Jason? Is the trailer going to be sick? Ow, cock-a-doodle-doo. Yeah, that's gonna be hilarious. I think that's got a good sense of humor there, right? And then accusation here. Okay, one decision worth confirming before implementation. Should smoke tests stay as documented shell commands plus targeted Godot scripts, or do you want a dedicated scripted smoke runner from the start? It'll be best to have a scripted smoke runner from the start. This will be easier to run in the future without having to remember commands and executing them, or looking up documentation in order to get the smoke tests executed. What on earth is happening here? Really? We haven't even been using it that much today. Let me look it up. It's gonna block us for an hour, guys. Alright. Well, that's really disappointing and annoying. Very disappointing and annoying. Alright, what do we do then? I guess while we're blocked, we move on with trailer stuff, right? We move on with trailer stuff. We can do it. No point getting annoyed. So if I go to chapel. No, it's all good. It's all good. Don't worry. Don't worry. Sorry, Jason. I didn't mean to interrupt what you were doing there. A tattoo appointment? Sick. What are you getting tattooed? Is that a thing? I hope you freaking love it. You're gonna be wearing it for the rest of your life. Make sure it's perfect. Oh, you're good. I just can pick up my phone. No, all good, all good. Sorry, I also probably, shouldn't, do you want to see it again? I'll throw it in the Discord. One sec. All right, cool. If you want me to run the animatic, let me know. This should pull away. Oh. Okay, world layout. What's the actual thing with the frickin'... Which one has the... Which has the rendering? I guess main might have it. If I go here, and then turn off gizmos and grid in Discord. Excellent, excellent. Oh my gosh, so many different things in the Discord. Is it just in... I'm guessing it's in sub chat? Art. It's going to be in art, of course. No way. Okay, and is this the new one? You're getting these done. That's actually fucking sick. Excuse the French. The Grogu will talk to my jellyfish. Okay, so I'm guessing this is like your son? Is this your son's drawing? And then the skelly will be on its own. Nephew. Okay. Wow, man. That's a vibe. It's a thing. That's a thing. Dude, good luck with it. Good luck with it. How do you feel about this one? Do you have no regrets with this one? You absolutely love it? I mean, you must be really, really close with that nephew. That's very cool. Your niece, sorry. So my niece drew it and he colored it. Niece and nephew. That's something else. Hey, that's something else. That's really cool. That's really cool. Did you have them do that, Jason, specifically for the tattoo? Or did they just do it and give it to you? My other niece that was, oh man. I'm sorry that happened, Jason. You had them do it for the tattoo. Dude, that's amazing, man. That's something else. That's something else. I love that. I love that. That's like, for me, I would never have a tattoo. The only time I ever considered getting a tattoo was when Fasfi was like, we should get brother-sister tattoos. And I was like, all right, I might do that because it meant a lot to me. It was like you, it was about family. But then I could never figure out like what we would get that, you know, that actually connected us like that. Like what piece of art could mean enough for me to put it there, which was, you know, it's that's the thing that kind of blocked me on it. But that's really cool, man. That's really, really cool. Okay. Very annoying that we've run into this usage limit. That's really cool. That's really cool, Jason. Thank you, man. Thank you for sharing that. Don't let us be late for that. Like, don't let us make you late for that appointment, man. Okay, we've got that the pull out shot. It's a 4-hour drive. I'm just getting ready. Jeez. Well, if you found an amazing artist, it'd be worth it. It'd be worth the drive for sure. Okay, so some in-between shots here. Let's get back to that. So we've got that. Let's take that into in a photopy. Then the other thing we want to do now is in our outside world, our outside environment. Yeah, I feel like 4 hours would be a good, like I would drive a very, very, very long way to make sure that I got a great work of art that I was going to have on my body for the rest of my life. That's like, that's worth the drive. That's worth the drive. Okay, we're going to add a instantiate the, do we still have a lobby scene? No, that's fake news. What happens if I do this? Yeah, I thought so. I'm going to have a chapel. Whoopsie daisy. Okay, and then we have to have our door. And then terrain goes off, I guess. I guess we do this. And then the door can... What if we turn that off? Align the door there. Okay. I think we should have done this probably. And then chapel. That cube needs to go out. Be right back. No worries, dude. No worries. If you're gonna go drive safe, man. Drive safe. Okay, chapel environment, no. Chapel. Whoa. Suddenly scary faces. Where is that, Chapel World? That goes off. Where were we? We were in... I think we were in Maine. So we had to turn. It wasn't world layout we were using, was it? I'm concerned about the fact that I think this might be it. This might be it. So if I turn this off, yeah, okay. Chapel World goes off. What I need to do, all right, what we need to do is we need to frame this up so it looks good here. Get the framing right, turn this off. It's a lot, but this is the chapel, that's the outside environment. Chapel should be in here, way down the hierarchy. So this should get them in the scene, but it's not doing that. We need even more characters in the foreground. Oh, we're going to need so many characters for this shot, guys. Maybe we leave it till later. Alright. Yeah, we leave it till later. We leave it till later. I'm going to discard all these changes and we're going to go straight to the end shot, not the start of the shot. So that gets a discard. That gets a discard. That gets a discard. I think these guys all get a discard as well. Okay, reload all of those. Let's go to main. Where is main used now? One of these is still an issue. We added the chapel to the outside environment. Which I don't know if we should, like, this doesn't belong there, right? That should get a discard. If I've discarded all of this, then we should be fine, but why is it not? Yeah, what on earth? I think main may be broken now. We need to, let's go a quick run and see if main works or not. Okay. Main is still fine, so... So what are we actually looking at there then? Okay, Chapel World has spawn points. Tempted to make those local and delete this. Was I just in the farmer? Okay, debug, run instances, get rid of that. We're gonna just pull up on the character's face, on FastV character's face. Let's see if we run this right now. Is everything fine? Because I'm concerned I've broken something. The fact that there's that environment, like there's two environments in one there, is a bit of an odd one. That's unexpected. Unexpected. What happens if he goes outside? We're gonna have to cover that with a load. I mean, it works. It's fine. If we go back, that works okay. All right. Only the first time, though. But no errors. I think a recent change we made might have broken the behavior here. It prevented a bug, but in a way where it like stopped the behavior as well. Oh, I can't interact with that either. All right, so there's an issue. We will sort that out. I'll be right back, guys. Just going to the restroom. Back. Okay. So interaction is broken there. Let's go look at those recent changes. One of these has got this issue. So one of these lines here has got an issue where it essentially... Oh, there's a lot of change here. Should materialize. Okay. There was something that we added that had a check to make sure that if you'd finished like... All right, where is it? This is it. Room presence reader subscribe. Handle room presence changed. Try get local avatar. All right, so we're going to go look at this script here. Player avatar spawn adapter. Seems like in our setup, player avatar spawn adapter. We're seeing that in enter tree. Line 72. Sorry, that's in ready. Okay. Room presence reader. Okay, is primary materializer is true. Is primary materializer. Okay, so the issue I think is happening here, guys, is it's waiting for the room to change, but the room hasn't been triggered. Like the room change hasn't happened properly. So it's going to be something there. Avatar root is not null. Hey, Chirpy Chirp, welcome in. Good to see you again. How you doing? We're doing a little more technical stuff today. We're actually getting into some of this code. We've got a bug and no credits presently, so I'm trying to move through it. It's these interactions break once you exit and enter a room. That seems to be the case. It's Friday, more like Friday. How you doing with your Friday? You doing anything fun? Okay, let's try. See what happens if we resume. No, it won't resume because we're the last player. So, gonna host a game. We got monster. Let's select it. F to C in console. Bug squashing time. That's right. That's right. Okay, we got to do something about that face data. Did 3D modeling this morning for a 3D print. Yo, I need a plushie project, but other than that, just work. Bleh. Yo, like, it seems like sometimes your work is like, it's, I feel like having a job you love is a real gift. And I feel like you'd be really good at it. EMB, how you doing too? How's the game going? It's going really well, man. It's coming along. We're making progress. Have either of you seen the trailer? We're starting to do an animatic for the trailer to get a sense of like how that will work. You haven't seen it? All right, hold on. I'm going to do this one little test and then I'll come back and I'll show you. I'm doing really good. Anytime I'm here working on the game, I'm doing great, man. It's very much in that high motivation phase of the project. Though I hope it stays like that the entire time. It would be amazing if it did. All right, hold on. Let's rerun that. And okay, here we go. Play, host. Not a monster. Okay. Anything in the console. So far, so good. Outside. Loads. Load finishes. Return, no error. No error, but nothing in the console either. And also no exit. So, I'm going to rerun that. Advertising, please wait. Okay. I will wait. Let me know when you're back, EMB. And I'll show you in Chirpy the trailer animatic so far. Okay, what I want to see is, does this trigger before the room transition? Yes. Okay. I have a sub, so I'm good. Okay, now is good. All right, check it out. We are... Did you guys see any of the blockouts from before? It's still very short, early days, but like... What's going on with your health? EMB, at the moment, I was just like setting random values into it to see the user interface change to make sure that the animation like worked neatly, like the interpolation. So it's it doesn't actually represent any real health. We don't have the real health systems in yet. It's just showing the UI change. Check it out. Here's the animatic. So I'll do the sound for you while we don't have sound yet. It's a dark night in the town, and the werewolf goes, oh, and then it cuts to the chicken going, the end of the cock-a-doodle-doo, and then from here it's going to move into the priest is going to like everybody's in the chapel, and then the priest accuses the vagabond, who's this character, accuses this character. The priest goes, she's a monster. And then yeah, essentially it goes on to like everyone in the town being angry, and then the vagabond runs away, and then the town's people collaborate to like work together to get strong to fight to like catch the vagabond and then like hang her, and then at the end it's actually revealed that the priest is a vampire, and that the blacksmith is the werewolf. That's the big twist at the end. So we're trying to make a bit of an animatic. Good evening, boxing exercise coach. How are you doing? Good to see you in here. So that's the plan. That's the plan for it. So I'm starting to block it out right now and to start to get some ideas here. So hold on, let me... Priest accuses the vagabond. Shocked reaction. Runs away. Okay, the first shot would be the farmer. We need less shots to connect this, but like this is like, now we showed like a kind of excellent rendering graphics. No, thank you, boxing exercise coach. It'll be like, hold on, I'll give you a bit of an idea of how this will actually look when you can, like, this is just an initial art test, but have a look for how this will animate. I know that we need to make the ah and ooh. It needs to go ooh. But that's how it's going to look when animated. So, yeah. Can already kind of like get an idea of how this comes together. I'm tempted to actually... If I go media, we can go... If I separate the audio, oh, how do we do that again? Okay, hold on. Okay, if I snip here... What did you miss? Not too much, Jason. Not too much. I'm starting to bring like some little bits and pieces into... The pacing, yeah, this is going to take some time to get right, but looking forward to it. Looking forward to it getting, yeah. I can imagine the amount of time and effort putting into the... Yeah, I mean, you don't have to imagine. You get to see it. You get to see it. You get to see it firsthand, boxing exercise coach. We should probably keep this in animatic and not move that video in yet. It's quite annoying being blocked here by that. I think we can set it like the 10 attempts pretty much now, right? No, 8 more minutes, and then we can run that again. Let me check one thing. Does all of his interactions get broken the moment he interacts once? You had another massive long boxing session today? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Good on you, man. I really want to get back into boxing. And when I say back into boxing, I mean like back into martial arts. It's, yeah, something's gone wrong, really wrong here. And it's got to be a recent change. It's got to be a recent change. What we could do, just quickly. See work based, not monsters. I can help you, dude. Yeah. If only, if only. I would love that. I really would. I really would. It's yeah. I'll get that business card, man. I'll get that business card. Okay, so we're going to open code. Open code, and then from here, we're going to big pickle. We're going to say a change in the recent commits broke activating doors and moving between rooms. The player can move from the first chapel room into the main world and then back, but interactions break after that point. Read through recent changes and identify the cause of the bug. Okay, and then we just need some straight up refactoring for some of this stuff, I swear. Okay, player avatar spawn adapter. Spawn domain equals spawn domain dot none. Player avatar spawn adapter spawns in the lobby. Create spawn ID. Host migration. All right. I mean, here's an issue. When's that ever used? I don't see where this is ever used, if I'm being honest, and I don't like that there's a string. Yo, hello, you back again, 1M. How you doing? How much for the Haddle blood? Your Addy. Sorry, man. I'd like. I need to I understand the slang. I need a help. I know I need a hand with that. 1M. How much for the Hattle blood? Your name for the handle. For the handle. I don't know. I don't think that's for sale, dude. It's what are you referring to, man? $1 million. Yeah. Why? Like, can you give me a bit of context, 1M? What's the your Twitch ad? What? Yeah, but like, why would you need that? No, I mean, I get it, but like, why would you need that, dude? Business for business, dude. I don't think. I think you need to explain a lot more context. You can like email. You can email. If there's some like, you can email that with any context, then I can consider it there. But I don't think that's a conversation to have right here. And I think you'd have to have a really, really good reason. I wouldn't like dismiss it out of, I wouldn't, yeah, see, nah, that's way off the mark, man. That's way off the mark. The other thing there is like, I wouldn't dismiss it out of hand. When I was starting my company, like there were lots of people who had the name, that I wanted for different handles and stuff like that. And I think it's always important to consider like why a person wants to use it and what they're trying to use it for. But it's like, yeah, exactly. There's a lot. But yo, dude, there's an email address. You can email there if you're serious about it. Okay. So let's go to code, or even go to writer. Just trying to resell it so both of us could make money. Oh, you didn't need to. What happened to our PPP? Goldie, I can understand why you did that, but sometimes you need to hear a thing out. Sometimes you need to like, you need to. I feel like sometimes things that you might think of, you think I'm too nice. I get it, but like if there could be some really good reason behind the thing like that, and it's best to like. But this isn't the place to have that conversation for sure. It's not the place to have that conversation. Okay, let's interrupt that. Let's resume. Okay, that's off doing its thing. Let's see where that other model was. Big Pickle still trying to find that bug. How did Big Pickle go? Now, sometimes you just gotta nip the bud early. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, Chirpy Chirp. Fair enough. I mean, there's other context there too, though. To there, Goldie. Like, with partner comes like the potential for name changes to some other really cool things. Like maybe Seb. Seb could be a thing, right? I could just potentially just be Seb. And then if you're that on Twitch, then, it's there's some coolness that comes with that. I mean, it worked for Lisa. You never know. Okay, the room instance is materialized but never added to the scene tree. I don't think that this is the... This is not the bug. I'm so curious to be like... What if I switch model to 5.4? Evaluate the last conclusion. This will be funny. This is going to actually be hilarious. Yo, Plants, how you doing? Hey, what? That's true. That wasn't a ban. I had to ban a long-time viewer because he started saying weird stuff. And when he started insulting other viewers, I realized I'd been too patient. Yeah, that's fair enough, Chirpy Chirp. That's fair enough. This, I bet what's going to happen here. This is going to be hilarious, guys. Just wait for it. GPT is going to be like, Big Pickle, be crazy. It's about to be like, what the actual, yeah, the earlier conclusion doesn't hold up. No kidding. Yeah. This is why you can't trust, like, this is why you can't trust it, man. You can't trust anything but GPT right now. I'm sure Claude would probably be great, but right now, everything else is kind of trash. Is kind of trash. Um, all right, where are we at with that? The smoke test runner is the right call. Add a dedicated smoke test runner. Yep. Make sure you also add a bat script to the project so that I can run this easily in future. I should have said go ahead and implemented it. Yeah, he's implementing. Good. Okay. Yeah, it's so freaking wrong. Um, Go ahead and proceed to fix this issue. Even on medium, it just does better, guys. It just does way better. Okay, where are we? Okay, villages work together. Let's expand on shot 9 so that we can get specific about what we see the villagers doing. Refer to GDD dot. Let's see. Work. Not monsters. Trailer. No, we're in docks. The Refer to GDD for ideas here. We need to get formal about the interaction between different villages. Okay, so to do that, let's introduce a new area. Chirpy, that's the cutest avatar. That's so cool. I like that. That's very cool. Chirpy, I love that you're showing up so often here. You are so welcome here. Like, please keep showing up. It's so cool to have you around. Interactions like hug and hold on. Or the more interesting hug and backstab. Wait, which emote you mean? The Chirpy One Love emote. It's freaking cute. It's cute AF. It's very cute. This one. Look at it. Look at it. Ah. I like it. Okay, so the next idea is we need to have a bit of an idea of how these villages interact. So lamplighter keeps the lights on, heals the wounds. I think we need a few like basic things like the farmer tends to the fields, keeps the villagers fed and healthy. So we need like, we're gonna need like crops. All right, crops. We need like a, so there's going to be things in the world. There's going to be crops. There's going to be chickens. And let's see, who interacts with them? The shepherd. Shepherd interacts with the chickens. Farmer interacts with the crops. There's going to be so there's going to be equipment. There's going to be, what else have we got? So these are like environmental things. Harvestables. There's equipment. There's going to be a pitchfork. There's going to be a torch. Okay, we've got new progress there. Okay, cool. Smoke test run. Clients. Where's my tests folder? Oh, okay, hold on. That actually makes a lot of sense. Editor. Oh, it's like right here. Interesting. It already flagged some stuff. These are worth fixing, actually. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Move run smoke tests up into the editor folder. We do need to fix the yeah. What would a fix for the crypts issue be? Okay, Harry, hello. Did your name go from lowercase to uppercase? How you organize these files? It looks awesome. Yo, thank you, man. It's it can be like one of the biggest challenges on a big project like this. It can be a huge challenge is getting the structure of the project right. I mean, but like if you look at it here, it's like this is where it really shows the way that you structure it has a huge difference to your productivity and how easy it is to understand the project. I think I have really like 3 big domains here. Hold on, let's see if I can zoom this. No, I can't. You've got like game content, so that's like environmental visuals, and I mean here it's easier to see in the editor because that's not the editor. So you've got content at a highest level. You've got content and runtime. This is stuff that happens at the game. This is the stuff that you see. Then you've also got the documentation folder and then the editor folder. Editor folder is just everything related to the editor. These markdowns are like the high level things, the first things you want either an AI or a person to see. And then editor is everything to do with like tools that run outside of runtime. You also organize your project in the same way too. Yeah, nice. Then you've got your, lots of markdown files related to the how things have been implemented and things for me to like remember one day when I circle back to this. So, down the line, it all makes more sense. And then, I split it out into audio, environment. At the moment, equipment will be an area where I haven't developed it yet, but it's going to be there. All the statues, visual effects, and then things related to the worlds. It's, I think keeping on top of that, it helps a lot. And then above this, you've got like, that's all within the client, and you've got similar structures within the server. You've got all the different versions of builds that the game that I've made at various times. There's like all the different art that still needs, like a bit of an art pipeline where I kind of like stage and move files around related to art as it gets integrated. And then the stuff we're doing on the trailer, and then a bunch of like scripts and code related to utilities, like the whiteboard that we're looking at that stays right here. And then this is it's like a pipeline that generates some files for me. So it's like, I imagine I'm going to get many more of these tools as the project progresses. So that's kind of like where I'm keeping it right now. Though there's an argument that you could make to say that this should go in the editor folder, but I don't know. It kind of sits outside of the project to a large extent. So I didn't want to complicate the client with something that isn't necessarily the client. It kind of just generates art that goes into the client. So it's, but yeah, no, I thank you. I appreciate the compliment there, man. It's, I think doing that properly is the difference, like the real difference, like obvious difference between professionals and people who are just doing this. It's all backed up. Yes, at Wilbit, it's all backed up. That's right. And we're using Git for that. We're using, each one of these is in a different, like each of those has a different repository. And so you can kind of like track the changes that we've made over time. as the project has evolved. By the way, I asked GPT and it mentioned the UK first, then Italy as top places to join Formula One. Nice, man, nice. What do you really think about the USA and Australia? I think the USA is an interesting place. I think it thinks everyone in America seems to think that they live in the greatest place in the world, but like I think the rest of the world looks at them and goes, "That's a terrifying place to live." And I think Australia is a bit like that too. It has its problems, but I also think it's a great place to live. Like, we don't have poverty, and we don't like the cost of housing is ridiculously high. The cost of living is getting higher all the time. We have a two-party system where there's not much difference between the two parties. They're basically the same party wearing different disguises. There's problems, but there's not big problems. I'd much rather live in Australia than America. It's but yeah, it's just my 2 cents, and maybe I'm biased. I'm sure everybody thinks where they live is great. But I do. I like where I live. Okay, which daytime villages should the Shot 9 emphasize? Farming, crafting, weapons, blacksmith repairs. I think we need some real specifics. All of the above is good, but we really need to get specific. I want to show a chain of custody for items and how the different roles interact with one another. That still needs planning. Okay. It comes from text mesh. Several plaque labels use text mesh. Godot's trying to build them. It's to stop relying on text mesh for those plaque names. Yeah, all right. Document that in a new folder within docs called bugs. Let's then circle back to what we were doing before so that we don't get distracted. I am Australian, salsa drama. Yes, I'm in Melbourne right now. Yo, Gorky, how you doing? Thank you for the positive vibes. Great to see you. Okay, hold up. How have you been? Welcome in. Okay, let's have a think. Okay. Let's move forward with phase 2. Okay, let's... Yeah, I thought you could combine this. Surely you can snap these tabs together. I guess not. All right. You like to work at night, I guess. Seb, what a cool guy. Yeah. I don't know why. I've always been like this. Hold on, Gorky. I almost said, don't you dare. Good. You work out. You got a good workout in. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing really good. I do like to work at night. I've just always been like that, salsa drama. Like my entire life. I don't know why, but it works out on Twitch because I think like peak time, I always get more viewers when like the later it gets. Once it gets to about like 3 a.m., that's when they start to drop off. So it's I should really look that up. I'm so curious. So Twitch stats. And then there's like by category, by games. I want to see like software and game development. It's not even on the first two. How do you search software and game development? Stats by games. How do we I can't believe there's more people. All other games combined. Can I see that? That's what we're after. Very curious about over time. Oh, damn. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are the best. Saturday, Sunday are the worst. That's really, really interesting. Yo. Oh, these are just the live ones. These are just the live ones. I was going to say, maybe that was like overall. Imagine if that was the case. Wouldn't that be cool? Cakes is still killing it. Love this for him. Love this for him. That's good, good, good. All right, hold up. So, what I was really trying to look at was, like, what are the peak times? So they tend to be 4:20. Is that in the AM? Hold on, surely that's like... Where's the... Okay. 5:10. Yeah, that's in the AM. So you see, guys? You see? Like 5 a.m. is this our time? I think this is in my local time, yeah. So the times when I start streaming, like midnight... That's the I'm doing it at the right times. Numbers will go up on average across those later hours. It's just how it goes. So this is when we ought to be streaming, guys. From like midnight to about 8 a.m. Great. From about midnight to 8 a.m. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, this is Giant Waffle streams on peak. Oh, yo. I think this is in our time, Goldie. You can check it out for yourself, though. So maybe there's like a smart play here where you swap at a particular time to just chatting to make it work better. Okay. Urgent preparation. Quick shot of him at work. Plant seed for reveal. Should the priest of vampire appear in shot 9? He can appear to be overseeing the work. You know what? Perhaps a shot where they chase her around in the middle of this, trying to catch her. Where does shot 9 take place? Multiple locations, yes. Okay. Go, go, go. Get number 1. Oh, man. I feel like if that ever happens, it'll be like when the game launches or some other like video goes viral or something like that. I think, you know, there are streamers who got to that position where, yo, Ricardo, 35 stream streak, huge. Thank you, dude. That's a lot of streams. I appreciate you being here all that time. Salsa drama, yeah, there are some like people who get to the top of those categories, but they're like, I feel like if you look at like, what's his name? The guy that had that huge fall recently, he was like a fake dev. He never actually, and he did like help make a game, but the game wasn't good. Doesn't matter. Your stream is never tedious. Yo, thanks, man. It's for this reason. It's so well loved. I must say, I enjoy it greatly as well. That's awesome, Harry. Thank you, thank you. But there are. My point is, there are people who they go and they stream in the software and give their game development category, and they do well because like they create a lot of YouTube content, and that goes and does quite well. And it doesn't really matter if they do good game development. It actually matters like how good they market themselves on other platforms and channels. And I feel like, yeah, for that reason, I have to both. I really want to do good game development stuff, but I also want to create good content for other channels. And I think that's, if we get bigger, it'll be because something else happens, not because we stream, you know, on its own. And that's why the game is so important, and getting it out and doing things like a good trailer really like are going to help that happen. Okay, phase 2 is complete. Oh my god. For pure and mostly pure logic that can be tested. Okay, good. I mean, that's exciting and scary. Let's also add a new script for running these tests in the editor folder. Okay. I was calling this on every room presence update. Let's see. Create avatars. Okay, handle room presence change was calling handle spawn snapshot changed on every room presence update. That reconfigured already spawned avatars even when the spawn record had not changed. Okay, good. Let's give this a shot. We're going to just run one instance. Yep. And we're going to go straight in. No, that's not going to work actually. F8, F5, and then we'll run. Pirate. Pirate software is an interesting one, Hansblah. I think I tuned into his streams a few times, and I never actually, like, sometimes I saw him looking at YAML files and then just chatting. Basically, his stream was a just chatting stream, in my opinion. But you notice how, like, successful he got? Like, really successful, because he was just a good streamer. I think green might be a bit better interaction color, don't you think? Maybe we go with that. Okay, we go outside. We probably need some loading here. And then all the drama happened. Yeah, I think a lot of the drama was justified drama. You know, like all the people being like, he's not a real game developer, and it's like nepotism and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, true. Maybe true. I'm not seeing that log here. I think this has not fixed it. It did not fix it. This might not have been the problem. If it wasn't the... We might need to look a little bit further to find the solution. I'm pretty sure that this bug was introduced in recent commits, so narrowing the search to that code might really help. What else can we do? If we've made changes now that didn't fix the problem and weren't related to the problem, those should be undone if they were truly not bugs. What was it? Control H? Alt H? And then we've got the variance. No, it wasn't oh, yes, it is variance. Ah, crap. We didn't break that. Fix the issue with the recent changes. That means that the changes we made may not have been related to the problem. Was that truly a bug? Look further into the issue. We may need to look a bit deeper to find the actual root cause. If the changes we made didn't fix the problem and didn't address any bugs, then they should be reverted to. Okay. Let's go editor, open in file manager. We've got smoke tests, and then we're going to run unit tests as well. Open tabby here. Run unit tests. Hello. There are bat files here, I'm sure of it. Run unit test. .bat. There we go. Run smoke tests. He gives me bad juju vibes, so I just stay away. None shall pass. The tests, no bugs shall pass, is what I want to see here. Ed Wilbert, that's no bugs shall pass. They all passed, so luckily they all did, which is good. Even the ones that failed earlier from the smoke tests, which is interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Was referring to the door, but bugs work too. Yeah. Okay. Yep. The door not working for us, unfortunately. Okay, good. Yeah, let's move on with phase 3. Okay, so Good that we can now run both those tests. We need ignores for these most recent tests. That's fixing our bug. Let's see. Got too many prompts running all at once. Recent changes have introduced a lot of build artifacts due to new test suites. We need git ignores updated to ignore those new files. Okay. Really, I should be putting them here. There we go. One of these finished. There it is. Okay. Yep. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Twice. Okay. Before I can finalize the plan, I need to lock in a few things. Do we need a miller? Flower-fed forge? Oh, I don't know about that. Woodcutter, carpenter, blacksmith, fighter. What is she doing in this chain? Is she trying to contribute being excluded from the chain? The vagabond will be observing suspiciously. We still need to work out this change specifically based on the roles of the existing characters. This will need more brainstorming. The vagabond's role. As a secret werewolf, what's his specific helpful action that plants misdirection? Okay. I mean, it's a good question. How do we get the misdirection of the werewolf is an important thing that we need to do. Figuring out how to, like... He's still gonna, like, when you play the game, if you are the werewolf, you need to appear helpful, but things go wrong. I think... Let's brainstorm ways in which he may appear helpful, but accidentally sabotage. Weaponized incompetence or some such. We're going to... Ooh, that's actually a cool idea. Follow the item tracking shot through the town. Quick cuts between... Yeah, I think we need... Split screen layered composition might be cool. multiple roles simultaneously. It's asking good questions. It's asking good questions. I mean, maybe let's not try and get too clever here. We almost need to do some game design here around this. We're going to have to circle back to this. I think we need to represent more game design. That part needs more careful planning before we move forward. The ominous presence. How do we feel his absence? The empty church background, villagers pacing towards the church, or just the notable absence from the town work? Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, how's it all doing? We got a get ignore done. That's good. We need the arcane still. Okay. This is still looking at the bug. Okay, we'll leave it be. Ah. Integration test error here. That's interesting. Okay. We actually never got to what I planned to do this stream. We're doing some project cleanup really at this point, aren't we? Which is fairly different from what we set out to do. I set out to try and do the accusations, but I think I think it's a smart move to take the time now to do testing and to get some tests in place. Okay, did it do a runner? Run integration tests.bat. Yeah, it did. C, work, base dot, not monsters, client, editor. And then from here, we're going to do the run integration tests. I don't know why it can't autocomplete that with tab. Okay, room travel interaction trigger should resolve room travel runtime when nested under runtime ancestor. Okay, nice. Okay, exit that. Or let's even put you down here. Let's add one top level bat file that runs all of the tests. Okay. The integration branch wrapper uses .NET Build before the headless Godot run instead of Build Solutions because that keeps the integration entry point reliable and avoids the editor layout hang from before. Okay. Current entry points. Also move ahead with our multi-tests. Multi-test. One curated travel scenario is a good start. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Very, very cool. So cool. What is this doing? Control X. It's running subagents. Oh, what? Control X down. Oh, all right. Can we do that anywhere? Oh, what the hell? Is this just the responses? What am I looking at here? Control X. And then down. That's interesting. Has anyone seen that? Anyone know what I'm looking at here? I wonder if we've got like Turbo or somebody who recommended this tool in the first place. Would be really cool to know what this is, because I feel like I just stumbled across something useful. Control X down. This is changing sessions. This is changing sessions. That's actually cool. You can change sessions in the folder like that. Damn, that's actually nice. That's actually really nice. We can focus a little bit on the trailer's ending now. Okay, the stale state is in the global interaction registry, not the rune loading itself. We might be able to write a test to assert this once this is done here. Okay. Do the priest and the blacksmith reveal themselves once unified, shot, or staggered? Single unified reveal. Single cloud obscures both. How do the vampire and werewolf interact after revealing? What's their dynamic? Immediate violence. Night falls on the town. The two slip away and then transform for the reveal. Would be cool, guys. Would be cool for like TikTok type content to loop at that point where you know, if it goes all the way to night again, then the sequence could loop. Like the end of the last shot could like loop back to the first shot, and then we could use that on a bunch of social media to be like a looping video. That'd be pretty good. Okay, what are the villagers doing during this reveal? We don't revisit the villagers after this final shot. We simply reveal the deception. Does the trailer show the monsters attacking or cut away after reveal? Reveals only, cut to the title before violence. How does shot 14 title card transition from shot 13? Hold the monster victory pose briefly. Hold on monster victory before pose. Okay. All right. When the bug reproduces after returning to the chapel, which case are you seeing? Ooh, we can test that. We can test that. Okay, let's see. Let's see. This will be interesting. I wonder how we got to this music. That is not working. That's because we need our auto match harness. Oh, what? Okay, that loads a little slow. Did I just see something weird there with too many characters? Was it just me? Can somebody clip that? Was that a thing? I saw too many characters there, I swear to God. Okay, it might only be the host. And it might only happen when there's just one player. unless it's fixed it. Or it's maybe the auto match harness that's not working. Wait, the play game, like if I use the harness, maybe that's an issue. Those are going to be logs, exit. We need a loading screen back on the room transition here. What the hell? What the hell was that? Oh, hold on. Okay, let's clear this up. I would really like to get those warnings out of here. If I can. It's the poltergeist! You're not wrong, Plus. Did you see? It was more like the doppelganger. There was a duplicate of the character in the scene. That's not right. That's not right. Okay, here he is. He exits. Got to put our loading in. He comes back. And then he can no longer exit. Seems to happen to the host. Let's confirm that now with multiple players. Scary stuff. Yeah, that's right. Bugs can be scary. I love seeing like the little pips load in as people connect. Though notice it just did it again. The pips just showed too many characters. What the actual F? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 instances. This could be the integration tests running. The background integration tests are running. The matchmaking is... Oh, it's interfering with stuff. That's actually hilarious. You know, you understand what it is, Plants? It's the unit tests running in the background. That's pretty funny. Oh my god, yeah, it was actually one of the AI agents connecting with its unit tests. Whole solo only. That's so cool. That's actually kind of cool. The agents running unit tests were joining and exiting the game. That's actually a good way to test like the server with all of its capacity. That's so cool. I could in theory with these test suites, I could be like, hey, AI, fill a game, like I've just hosted a game, fill it with players, and it would be able to like do that. I wonder if we can set it up to have like to run AI like that. That would be a really cool way to get AI into the game. Is the AI agents are actually just like, you know, players that connect and play. That would be so fun to write some code that does that eventually. Just like special NPCs that show up and do weird things. And it's like we just, instead of letting that run on the computer, we write our own like special like spooky agents that create NPCs that do random things in matches at different times. Wouldn't that be sick? That'd be kind of cool. You could have like a you could have a traveling salesman that turns up every now and then you could actually you could have like special admins who get to play these special roles where they come in and like role play as different. That'd be sick. I used to play a game called What Mud. It was Wheel of Time, and it was like a multi-user dungeon game. And the admins in that game used to do things like that, where they would go and control NPCs and then cause the NPCs to do things that seemed really smart, and you didn't know if it was the AI or if it was the admin. And it was like such a good idea. So well done. So well done. It was really, really fun, that game. Oh my god, I just realized we're 2 follows away from 1,900 follows. Isn't that crazy, guys? It's going pretty quick the last few days with all the streams we've been doing. Okay. There's been a lot that's been discussed so far, but it's all in planning mode. We should write some of it out and then circle back to the remaining plans. Let's answer some of these questions as well, though. Where do they split away? Into the alley/graveyard. Let's have them slip away into the crypt. The smoke sources. The smoke puffs happen in the new location where they transform. The definitive win. Does this mean that we see them attack or kill after revealing, or is the win implied by their confident transition pose? We don't necessarily show that the game is over, but that the first play has been made. What the hell is this? Now we've gone too far off the beaten track. What was that music? Give special in-game islands can't get in-game, only dev admins can give. Yo, I feel like we could recruit some from this stream. It could be like mods or character, like people like you, Katie. We could make you a super character who does stuff. You liked it, Chirpy Chirp? It was a little too, I don't know, it's a little too exotic for my tastes and for my mood right now. Since we don't revisit villages after the reveal, does shot 12, the hanging, need to feel like the final villager moment? Or do we see the villagers reacting? Okay, yeah. Shot 12 can be the final villager moment. Okay. Okay, multi-test. Builds the client, builds the server, launches the signaling server. Ooh. What happens if the signaling server is already running? This is going to be a very likely scenario during development. It should be fine to use the existing version in the vast majority of cases. If it's detected that there's already something running on that port, will it move over this without interrupting the rest of the test and failing out completely? The actual host triggers the authoritative. Okay. That's so funny that the tests like crashed our game. The AI crashed our video game. Like, and I don't mean like caused it to crash. I mean gate crashed it. That's such a cool thing that happened. That's like that needs a freaking video on its own right there. Um, but that is incidental. Reuse it and do not spawn another one if the port is occupied by something else. Fail immediately. Yeah, we should probably implement that. Okay. After returning to the chapel, the bug starts. What do you see when you face the chapel door? Prompt and highlighting appears. Okay. Does happen in online video games. Very rare when admins and devs drop in the game. Yeah, we could have a lot of fun with it though. We could have a lot of fun with it. I feel like it would be really cool to allow like special streamers and like people who've got characters and stuff like that, like a special permission to go and like interject in games in cool ways. That would make for some really interesting like short content, right? Which, you know, that really helps. That really helps with promotion. Yo, Fuck90, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Good to see you. Oh, you are kidding. You are kidding. I'm so over these limits. What on earth? Oh, ain't no way, man. They've done something, I swear. They've done something to make the same number of like tokens doesn't go nearly as far. I feel like OpenAI has gone and changed something so that their services become a lot more expensive. What has happened here? What have they done? Hey. I mean, it is interesting. I'm really not sure exactly what's happened here, but something big has changed. At least that one finished. You just finished up the Harley at 3:30 this morning? Nice, man. Nice. Seems like you and me are both doing burning the midnight oil. Okay. Looks like Fasta's stream's doing really well. That is not working. Actually, that's probably wrong too. I need to do that. Run from here. So how's the Harley looking then? This is the one for the client, right? Such a cool project. Is that now not working at all? Okay, still working for multi-clients. We need to run instance to 1. See if the same thing still happens. All right, exit works. Return works. See if activation works. Activation works. I suspect this means exit works. Yep. Great. All right, cool. Let's go run that unit test and see if that's completed all right. Seems like this one's fixed. We can run the multi-tests. In this one, oh, that's unfortunate. That didn't work. Run multi-tests. Yeah, that should be okay. Run multi-tests. Okay, cool. Running the multiplayer scenario. Signaling server, host, and peer. This is pretty cool code right here. Host travel to outside world and client observe the authoritative room spawn update. Sick. Very, very, very cool. Very, very, very cool. Love that. Love that for us. That is pretty awesome. Okay, so with that done, I mean, I guess we've got most of what we need in this thing. Okay, is that the multi-tests or let's understand this. Let's understand this. I think I really want to understand this. So it opens up main. It opens up a test harness. And then we need to see what's happening in that test harness. Then it goes to C sharp. All right, cool. I found a carburetor for your motorcycle. Now I just got to figure out a way to send it to you. Dude, thank you, Fuck90. That's, but at the same time, like, I think the carburetor's going to be a... I mean, hold on. I can even figure out what I actually have as the carburetor right now. It's a, the bike is this terrible, terrible bike. It's a... You can look up the, I wonder how well it would go with a carburetor like that. Could you link me to some info on it and I'll see if it will fit, if it's actually compatible. Okay. Because that could be really, really expensive to send from America, Fuck90. And I might even be able to, I think I have two carburetors for it right now. I think the problem with the one that I currently have is the pin is getting like stuck. I think it's something with the spring. So the little pin that closes the like the flow of fuel into the top of the I think everything down to the the float and everything is working. It's just the fuel is getting through, but sometimes the pin gets stuck when it's running. And then, it doesn't matter how much you throttle it, it just doesn't get any fuel. So, I mean, replacing the carburetor is probably a way to do it. It's a Mikuni carburetor, universal. Okay. And will that definitely work with a two-stroke 250cc? I suppose, yeah, it would be universal, wouldn't it? Performance carburetor, that's universal. All right. I need to... Hold on, it's a pretty weird bike. And it's not even how can we even... It's one of these... Very modified, but... let me see. I don't even know if this is the best site to link to you. I think the manufacturer actually shut down, so... I hate when my internet provider calls me with more promotions. They're trying to sell me 3G internet, but 1.5G is already more than enough. 1.5G is more than enough? I mean, we've got 6G here coming soon. That seems that... Maybe I'm misunderstanding the technologies there, Chirpy. Okay, so there's going to be something here that runs all the tests. Where's the run all tests? Run all tests, right up at the root. Okay. Okay, let's see if this thing... how it goes. This is going to be very, very handy for verifying new changes. It's fiber. I don't need crazy speeds. Okay. But I thought Gs were like 3.0 G. Oh, that's like gigabits per second or something. Okay, I think I understand. Chirpy chirp, yeah, it's for us 3G is like the cell network. Gigabits per second, right? Yeah. I understand. That's super fast. Those are a pain on the ass to work on. Fook 90, I'd be surprised if you got those outside of Australia. I think they're like Chinese manufacturer, an Australian company. So they like the Australian company ships them into, ships them from China to Australia, and then and they closed down recently too. So it's really disappointing. That actually was pretty fast. That was multi-tests passed. The unit tests passed. And the smoke tests passed. So we have a test suite running. That's kind of cool. I think we have 1K now, but my router does like 500. I would likely need 100 down, 100 up. I mean, you guys are spoiled over there. You're definitely spoiled over there in America. And Japan, actually. Sorry, hold on. Fook 90, you're just talking about Japanese bikes. That's like their Japanese off-brand bikes, and they used to ship to America. Yeah. Europe is also good for speeds, yeah. Australia is like slowly catching up. This company's like, Nacho's company. I really want to move to that internet. Those guys are getting better and better. But, it's, that's how it goes. I gotta sort that out. I really gotta sort that out. I need to... I need to think. Um, hmm. Hmm. All right, let's do it. I just freaking bought more credits. I hate this. I hate it here. But now we won't get blocked anymore. All right. Let's put this thing through its paces. Go ahead and implement that. What was it again? It was speed. We're going for we don't want thinking, we want variance. There we go. Yep. Go ahead and implement that. Okay. Could it be because they buy from Asia? I think like Japanese bikes are typically really good. I think if you've got like a, if you've got a Yamaha or you've got a, the like they're good bikes, right? But I think the Chinese knockoffs are like they're really, really simple engines, which is a powerful thing. Vuk 90, like I think what I never did understand about Australia is your farms are so big, but your trucks and equipment are so small. I mean, are they that small though? If you should go to a mining site over here and have a look, because they're not big. Yo, Dragihan, welcome in, man. Variance it changes this. It changes this. Variance is changing the how much effort it puts into reasoning. With commercial models, not the free ones. Yeah. You can change how many tokens you use on a given task, essentially. That's essentially what it does there. Okay, so I want to try and now independently work on... Actually, I'm going to move this to the side. We're going to have them side by side. See, work, not monsters. From here, we're going to go to utils. Okay, hold on. Having thought about this, I want to move our current utility into the editor folder of our client. The current editor creates the ability icons for our different monsters, but what it does is essentially related to the client. And so since it doesn't modify the server, it doesn't really belong here at the root of the project. Hold on. And then we can okay, but yeah, no, variance, it's a good question. How are you doing, by the way, Dragihan? Before I had a question, I was like, oh, I wish he was here to answer it, but I've forgotten what it is now, and I think we moved on from it. Okay. This is good. Okay. It seems like now we've covered all of the basic tests and got the test suite running. That's fantastic. Let's put a little bit of attention into identifying systems that can be put into tests now. Of effort defining what tests we should be writing. What are things that could easily break if not carefully managed? How can we validate them? Let's not go overboard, but let's start to defend the project and give us some things to validate that the project is still in a good state when we make big changes. Okay. Okay. And then we'll plan that. And then we're starting to look good. Starting to look good. Check this out. Check this out, Draggy Han. Now we can do this. Here I can... Oh, man. Annoying paths. Very annoying paths. Okay, check it out. I can do this, and I can run all of the tests to validate the whole project. I was thinking about the family farmers. Their trucks are so small. When I watched Australian off-road show 4x4 show, and yeah, okay, that's where I got my idea on how big the vehicles are. I mean, some of them. To be fair, I haven't been to farms in America to check it out. Maybe they are just like way better. It's very possible. Okay, stale UI, fallback warnings in. I would not add log but clean assertions to smoke runs. Once those are cleaned up, that very good extra defense line. Okay. Activate scene, instantiate, key resolves. Okay. We should get the Crips world text mesh errors. We need a better medieval font. All right, this one, gonna split that. In here, I noticed that I made an observation in the following file. Inside of this spawn domain file, there's a enum that never gets used. None and match. I might be misinterpreting this, but it seems as though these are vestigial from when we had multiple rooms before the world layout was introduced. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm right, we need to do some refactoring here. What was it? Mode, variance. Dang it. In the following file, it seems as though there are some unused enums. Match, none. It might be the case that these were entered before we had a single world layout. It might be the case that these were answered before these were created. They might be vestigial and no longer necessary. Let's validate that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not wrong, these should be refactored and removed. Okay. What's the shortcut to expand? There's got to be something to expand the size of the current tab. Split to the right. We've got all the splitting. I don't want to focus them. I want to make the current tab larger. Seems like there's nothing for this. Oh well. I'll have an idea for your email for your Twitch channel. The hairless cat emote. Oh, Fook90 from I have an idea for email for your Twitch channel. The hairless cat. The hairless cat was a great stream, wasn't it? Those cats are pretty freaking cool. I do like them. I do like them. All right, we're gonna have to zoom this out a little so we can actually see it. Oh my god, that's a long response. That's a very long response. Okay. Oh my god, 7 stream streak. 7, Casey. Yo, thanks for hanging out for 7 streams. How are you? Good to freaking see that 7 stream streak. I should say how. Actually, you know what? You were in here earlier, weren't you, Casey? Or maybe I'm confusing you with Katie, but just because you two are peas in a pod sometimes. No, you weren't here. Welcome in, man. Welcome in. Good to have you. Good to have you. Okay. Did I just do a stupid? Oh my god, I did. Control-Shift-W needs to get unbound. Why did close tab, which is correct, close all of the tabs? Every one of them. I had 5 tabs going. This shouldn't have closed them all. All right. Tabby not tabbing. It is. I am liking it, but it's got some weirdness. Pick up where you left off. There, and then we're going to resume. Where are the others? Oh, hold on, that's probably why. Okay. Why do I do this to myself? 906. That's how are there 6,000 people on the leaderboard? That is just wild. That is just wild. That's a lot of people. I don't even understand how we got there. That's so cool. Okay. This is why it's the safest. Okay. Before I implement, let's absorb it into the Git repo, or should we have a sub repo? No sub repo. Okay, let's see. C work brace dot not monsters client codex open code. Do you want me to preserve the moved folder's commit history in some way? What is the commit history? There is only one commit there. I don't think we need to worry too much about preserving the history. Yeah. Okay, looks like that's actually fixed, so that's good news. We should probably be checking this in. Oh, alright, one small confirmation. Do you want the ignore rules to stay in the local.gitignore? Can I fold them into the gitignore when I implement them? Fold them in. Okay. Where was the test suite? Okay, hold on. We're on client. Okay. Go ahead. Probably should have done that first. Except for you and you. Okay, we can start one here. Let's look at the following bug and see what we can do to fix this. Is the only solution to find a new font? Docs. Bugs. Crypts. Okay. Okay, continue after repeated failures. Cannot stat. Allow once. Why does it keep failing? That's interesting. Oh. What the actual F? Yo, Oxstray, thank you for the follow, man. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. What are you up to, man? How are you how's it going? How are you enjoying the stream so far? What was it? Mode, variance. Pick up where you left off. Good to see another follow. You pushed us very, 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 very close to the 1,900 follower mark. Kind of a milestone. Almost as big as the 1,000, like the 2,000 follower mark, which is insane that we're coming up on that so quick. One more, right? One more lurker here could turn into the person that puts us over the line for 1,900 follows, which is huge. Pretty, yeah, that's going to be an important day. I'll be catching up to you, Chirpy Chirp. I'll be catching up to you. You got to, if I remember, I was like, whoa, she actually has a massive channel when I clicked on your, hold on, what was it? Yeah, look, I need to bow down at, like, your channel looks strong. There's a lot of follows. Do you still stream? Is this a thing? Surely it is. 5 hours ago. You were live 5 hours ago. Yo, I've got to, like, if you ever want to do like a stream together or something, if you're learning stuff and like you want somebody to be like, you know, I used to teach it at, I really like teaching software development. I used to code it at, like, teach it at a university and stuff like that. And in my company, I, like, you know, actually, you know, I haven't had a lot of chance to do that lately, but they have us do this thing where we work with university classes and stuff like that every weekday morning. I mean, hell yeah. What are you doing on your stream right now? Hold on, I need to continuing the course, learning Godot. Yeah, okay. I don't know how much I can teach you about Godot. Honestly, I am pretty new to that engine. But if it was like Unity, oh, I know my way around that pretty well. I know my way around that, like I know that engine like the back of my hand. Okay, where were we? You're partly right, but no, seriously, if like, could be fun, could be fun. I know that you're like, you're flirting with the idea of going game dev, but I maybe I can give you a push over the line. Um, Blender and sound design. Look, what are you talking about? You don't want to do computer game development. You're learning everything you would need to make a computer game. You should definitely lean into that. You should definitely lean into that. Okay. Does look for schedule right now. Why? Okay. The only remaining code reference. No caller. Only live request path uses this. So it only supports lobby for both requests, building, and record validation. Okay, no scenic export appears to match. Also starting a new cosplay project. Yeah, what is time? That's true. That is true. I'll tell you this much. If you get serious about making games, like, there goes all of your free time forever, but it's so worth it. It can be. It can be. The last game I made, not so much, but... Alright, I gotta keep up with this thing. It's doing faster thinking than I am. Move the ability icon pipeline and absorbed it into the client repo. Okay, let's start. Step one. Step one is going to be initial first pass testing frameworks. First pass testing frameworks. We did it. We did it, guys. There's freaking tests. There is tests. Then what else is staged? We can't stage that. We can stage that though. Move the ability icon pipeline into the client project. What improvements can we make to this pipeline? I'm especially interested in tidying it up. Okay, then. Okay, that needs some more thought. Is OpenCode v Codex? Why? I guess I just like the UX a little better. I like the UX a little better, Jess. There's no real hard reason for it, but the user experience is better. And at the time when we were working with it, I tried it out first because I wanted to try and run local models with it that Codex doesn't do as well. But then I ended up, like, even though we're not using local models anymore, I ended up staying with it because I kind of like the user experience. Yeah, that's essentially why, Jess. Okay. Replace the plaque with a label 3D. Update the plaque name assigner to target label 3D instead of text mesh. Why that's better. Okay, you can go ahead and try this. That script needs a small refactor too. If you want, I can do the actual conversion. Yeah, go ahead. Let's make the change. We'll try it out. Standardize on PNG. Okay, hold on. Hardcode's PNG, but generation is configurable. Generate icon supports output format, and this looks for row ID. If anyone changes the config JSON away from PNG, deploys silently stop finding generated files. We're not going to do that. Append only forever, which makes runs noisy and harder to trust. Which means the manifest and manifest accumulate mixed historical runs at run start. Mixes CLI parsing, config loadings, CSV validation, prompt building, Godot project discovery, API transport, manifest writing, and the main generation across that. All right, let's go with 3. Okay. All right, let's have a read of this one because this is probably the kicker. Remove match from spawn domain. Simplify player avatar spawn record. So it stops lobbies. Is there some way to... Can Tabby let you name tabs? If you are referring to Tabby, no, not Neovim. Referring to Tabby terminal. How to manage double click to rename? Ah. But that doesn't work like this, does it? What about when tabs are split? Oh, hey. Control Shift Dot lets you split them out. Okay, this is spawn domain. This is refactor. This is going to be ability pipeline. And this one here is text mesh error. And then it doesn't even frickin' name them. It doesn't even name them. That's kind of annoying. Local models are the dream. Yeah, I know they are, but they're not. They're not working right now. They're no good. I've spent a lot of time trying to get them to go, but they're not. They're not any good, unfortunately. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Like they really don't hold up. They really don't hold up. Okay. Okay, let's keep track of this chaos. Okay, we've got... All right, that's working there. This is improving the ability pipeline. Let's open this up, see if we've got our... One thing I want in that is... Can we make a bat file that runs this with the correct Python script? Add it to the editor. Add it in the same folder where the Python scripts are. Okay. This is looking really not nice. The issue here is so much of this code is really bad. I might need to spend some time like actually cleaning things up because so much of it I can't, you know, it's sloppy. It's pretty sloppy. I was thinking I can't see tab names. Yeah, it would be handy if I could do that, Jess, but we need some light-based CPUs if we want good local models. Long way away from that. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Tonios. It's got a way to go. It's got a way to go. Good to see you in the chat, by the way. I don't recognize the name. It might have been a while since you've been here. Welcome back, if that's the case. Welcome back. Okay. So we've got that now. Run generate icons. We need to add an option here to generate all of them. And we also need a step to take so where's that new file? I don't see it. Oh, that's not neat at all. We'll use Codex for this one. We recently refactored to introduce new tests into the client. The following folder is really unneat though. We want to move that into... I can't believe I let that slip. It seems to have our... Should be moved into this folder. It should be moved into this folder. All right, hold on. What went wrong with it? I also updated the character pipeline to mention the new batch wrapper. I ran the script and it seemed to complete, but there were no new output files. Run it for the skeleton and confirm that new files were produced by checking Git. Okay. That's still going. One of them finished. Yep. It would be nice to know what the heck these different options are doing. I guess, look at this. This is at least naming its folder. That's one bad thing about Tabby here from the look of it, is you just can't name your tabs when they're split like this. That's it's kind of gross. That's kind of gross. Okay, removing match where wire validated sign a raw enum value 2 could become invalid during zero. Remove match, keep none, and leave the broader spawn domain concept alone for now. Explain spawn domain and how it's being used right now. It might not be needed now that we have a unified world. Rather than lots of little rooms. You've never used it. Never used what? I came to the conclusion I need to buy a B2000 GPU. Just what is that? Tabby. I decided to try it out a couple of days ago because I wanted an experience that felt like working with Hyperland or i3 in Linux. And as you know, we're on Windows right now, so unfortunately, we don't have the best terminal experience, so I really wanted to find a good terminal experience here. And so far, Tabby does some things really well, but there are some things it does really badly at the same time. Okay, looks like the tests are working better. Okay, I moved this. The resulting layout is, I updated the Solution Explorer. I did not exclude all of the tests because The project now explicitly compiles to avoid pulling from those scripts into XUnit assembly. Hold on. I did not exclude all of client tests because integration tests and multi-tests are Godot scene scripts that still need to stay in the main client assembly. The test projects are now explicitly compiles the test project now explicitly compiles only C# to avoid pulling those scene scripts into XUnit assembly. Can you expand on that important detail? Okay. As a concept, it's only weakly justified now that room-aware spawning and materialization is driven by room ID. The current system's real spatial partition is room-based, not domain-based. If there's no near-term plan for multiple top-level spawn partitions, spawn domain itself is a reasonable simplification target. If it stays, it should probably be treated as a deliberate top-level namespace for future non-room contexts. Okay. Not as the thing that models the unified world. I can turn this into a config cleanup recommendation with two options. Remove only match, remove spawn domain entirely, and simplifies the spawn pipeline around room ID and spawn kind. Spawn domain as a concept is only weakly justified now that room-aware spawning and materialization is driven by room ID. The current system's real spatial partition is room-based, not domain-based. If there are no near-term plans for multiple top-level spawn partitions, spawn domain itself is a reasonable simplification target. If there's no near-term plans for multiple top-level spawn partitions, explain what you mean by top-level spawn partitions. Okay. The role sorting layout is the issue is the SDK style CS proj includes all CS files under their own directories by default. Before the move, XUnit project lived under that. Okay, so the default combine blob picked all the files inside of a separate folder. The Godot main project then excluded that old subtree. After moving the test project into tests, its default compile would have expanded to all those things. Okay, so now the XUnit tests. So we moved it across, right? Clients. And from here we can run all tests just to confirm that they do pass. I can make the batch file surface that... Oh, okay, hold on. With the skeleton selected, and then I got one row deployed for skeleton, the git status. Okay, the latest generation manifest entry for skeleton is Status failed. Okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's an interesting choice. We're gonna need more spend. It's funny how it sucks you in, guys. It sucks you in. You create systems around it, and you find yourself productive, and then you find that you run out of credits, and you end up paying way more than you expected. All right. Fine for now. What plan are you on? Pro? I thought I would do Pro for 1 month to try it out, Jess, and see if it was worth the value. But I also made pipelines that just use tokens, like API credits, API tokens and credits. And I built the art pipeline with that. I don't think it's possible for me to use my normal subscription to access the API. I don't think you can use Pro to access the API. Maybe you can. I should ask that next. See if we can do that. Can the API we are tapping into work with a Codex Pro subscription? Okay, how's that going? That's doing the text mesh thing. That's running tests. What was it? Control dot to like split them all out? Turn the current tabs panes into separate tabs. Where is that one? All tabs into the current tab. Combine all. Okay. Where didn't we just see something assigned to this? Let's try it just because. Control Shift dot. Why would it have unassigned? Control Shift dot. We just searched this. What the hell? I almost need a clip. I want to go see what happened there. Why'd that go wrong? Weird. Okay, yeah, combines them like that. That's kind of nice. Okay. The current model spawn domain is that bucket. For every request record carried, a spawn domain in. So the idea is not which room is the avatar in, it is what broad spawn namespace does the avatar belong to. The example of what real top level partitioning scheme would look like is lobby. Okay, look, this is now talking about some shit I don't think really makes sense for us. What is meant by the top level partition? A broad category that splits the whole spawn system before you even consider room identity. Partitioning scheme would look like lobby, gameplay, spectator, cinematic, front end preview. Room ID, not spawn domain. Only spawn domain lobby is actually supported by spawn building validation in network spawn registry. So spawn domain is not meaningfully partitioning multiple top level spawn spaces. It is mostly acting like a single renaming namespace layer around the active partition. In short, right now, the system really uses room ID. Spawn domain only makes strong sense if you expect multiple broad spawn spaces again. If useful, I can lay out the next practical decision test for keep spawn domain but reduce it to none in lobby. Remove spawn domain entirely. I'm leaning on something that removes spawn domain entirely. You first need to adequately explain what you mean by this. 2-month streak. Yo, it says 3 months to me. It says 3 months to me, Micro.
2-month streak. It should be 3 Zella Cat Rage.
No, look, it says in my activity feed, it says this. It says this. So you're right. It's 3 months. It's 3 months. Maybe they don't count the first month for some silly reason. But hell yeah. Thank you, Micro. Great to have you in here, man. Great to have you, dude. All right. Is this one just not finishing? Why would that hang? Okay, let's split out. Surely this can like, you can, why can't you drag this and like split out a tab? Hey. Split, no, I don't want to split it right. I want to like take, you all can't see this, but hold on. I'm trying to just like drag this away into its own new window, but it doesn't do it. You can't do that. Okay, implement the label 3D swap. What changed? Let's go have a look. And make sure these still look great. Because they really do need to look great. Where did our testing change happen? Not here. Run all test hangs on the smoke tests. Okay. We need to update our git ignores now that these changes have taken place. Okay. The warnings are fixed, but the final plaque text appearance may need a... Yep, we can do the check. All right, let's do it. My pleasure, dude. No, really, thank you, man. What's going on here? Something really broke in this. Oh. Runtime networking. Bootstrap. All right, some changes with... It seems like changes we've made relating to tests and changing the solution have caused the following issue. These are compilation issues. Let's correct them and make sure we do it in a robust way. How do we change the mode here? Copy. How are you enjoying the stream today, Micro? We're doing a lot of a lot of Cody stuff, trying to work on a lot of fronts at the same time. It's a little disjointed and multitasked, but I mean, here we are. Okay, we want to... There's a... I think it might just be model. There we go. One really annoying thing with this, if you change it to if you change it to the multi-mode, it does not go to the window. It does not rearrange this and take you to the window that you were on last. Wild that it would do that, because that'd be a great way to navigate to a top level and see all the things you're doing, and then to zoom into a particular window. But they don't support that. So right now, for instance, I'm in the bottom left. We should be seeing this here. If I split them out, it's taken me to a random tab instead of the one that I was on, which is stupid. I've been lurking as I'm locked in and coding, but I've been enjoying it. It's like co-working. Love seeing the progress as well. Yeah, man, it's been good progress today. Lots of changes, behind the scenes changes, especially to things like the project structure. And integrating tests. We've been getting tests. You've been working hard, bro. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for noticing. It is. I've been enjoying what I'm doing a lot. It's great to have a project and be able to share it with everyone. Okay. No, I'm really just trying to use the credits from... I'm really trying to use the subscription here to not double up on costs with having to get separate tokens. I'm trying to use the subscription here to not double up on paying for tokens when a subscription is in place. Search the web and find a solution here. Okay. The test suite here needs a bit of a change. We went in to look here. Those plaques are fixed. I've got to not split all these changes out too much. I'm trying to do too much at once, I think. It's nice that we can do multiple things, but I think I need to be working in multiple repos and like merging branches and stuff like that to make this really work. I mean, it's annoying that that's what its solution is to this. It's created an actual problem here. That can get caught in the last commit. Oh,
Also
hey, what's
enough
that?
sleep, but use this to get a tasty, nutritious meal for brunch. I know a smashed avo is an almond a liminoz. This should help.
Man, Micro, yo, thank you, dude. I really do appreciate it. Man, I will. I'll that will go to I've been putting money into feeding the machines today, but that will go to feeding me. I really appreciate you, dude. That's incredible. Thank you. We don't often get big bit donos, so that's so good. That's so good. Thanks, man. Big W. Enough sleep is important. Yeah, I hear you too. I hear you. Okay, is this related to those? Yeah. We moved those around. Let's go look in that tests folder now. It's done as stupid. How weird is this? I've seen this a few times now. There it goes again. What are those? What is this? What could it be? Is it related to me talking? Thank you, Micro, again. Thank you for the bits. I really appreciate you, dude. That's amazing of you. Thank you so much. What is this showing up in my console? I can't like control C this either. It's really, really, really strange. It's the weirdest. What do you think this is, guys? That's so weird. Strip ANSI. It could be something to do with, like... We'll see what... Is this happening when I'm speaking only? Or is it something else? I don't know what the hell it is. When I click my cursor... Let me click again. Is it the moving of the mouse cursor? It is. It's moving the mouse cursor. So this is a bug in Tabby. If I just stop moving my mouse, I think that will... So Tabby's got some problems. Mouse moves. And, okay, no characters. But it does happen here. And it's... Yo, it's sent Control-C to all of my sessions. Oh, that session. I don't know. Anyway, pretty weird. A pleasure. Here but lurking, working. Yo, thanks, man. Thanks. Okay, where are we? We've moved these into the wrong folder. We've got integration tests, multi-tests. Multi-tests are our unit tests, and they should have their own folder named clearly and concisely. I don't know what app you're using for terminal. I'm using something called Tabby, and it's been like nice, but also there's been some kind of like janky things about it. It's what I want in a lot of ways, but it's not what I want in a lot of other ways. So it's kind of, yeah, it's hard to feel great about it, but it feels good in some ways. It does some really good things, but it does some good things, but yeah, also it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird in a lot of ways. It's doing some things that I don't like and some things that I love. So tabby.sh. Yeah. Hello, by the way, in Zeta Vim. It's good to see you. How you doing, man? I feel like I say how you doing too often. That might be one of my things. You know how like everybody has a thing they do and they don't realize it until you like... I feel like that's the thing I do. How you doing, man? Every time someone comes in. No, that's a silly... Okay. All right. So that one's not useful till we get some more tokens, unfortunately. Let's let that finish. And then when it's done, let's Let's rerun those tests. And that should mean that this now builds. Okay, give it a run. I'm doing well. Nice, man. Good. I've been lurking quite a bit, especially during this third sprint. Yeah, that's all right, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the lurk. The lurks matter, man. As I try and finish getting things set up and organized around here. Hoping to catch up a bit more on the progress soon. Amazing stuff so far, though. No, thanks, man. Thanks. I really appreciate that. I really do. We need a loading screen here. We need a loading screen here. Though the thing which is interesting is like we probably need to preload the outside world. All right, let's go look at the crypts and the nameplates. Let's see if they still work well. Otherwise, we have to discard these changes. They actually look sick. That reads so well. I like that a lot. Okay. All right, where's the nameplate? I need to set something up so that like a working project gets set. Okay. Maybe we can do it with like a new profile. How do I change to be like... I want to automatically start in a particular folder. Hmm. All right. No, thank you, in Zeta Vim for the feedback, man. I'm like really want to push forward fast now to get to the point where we could work, like we could all play together. And I have to stop getting like distracted and doing lots of little things and like lock in and finish some big things. And then get to the point where we can all actually just play, like do a user test together, and I can start to work on gameplay, because there isn't a game until there's gameplay in, Okay, what is it doing here? Codex.net. It's trying to use codex.net. Yeah, it can do that. We can do that. Patience and persistence. Yep. It's just as much about the technical aspects as the mental ones. You're totally right, man. And like getting better sleep, I need to like, the non-technical stuff includes getting better sleep for sure. Let's see. Got run all tests there. This is verifying those. I was getting them hanging, so let's try it again. Sorry, that should work. Okay, there we go. See if it hangs. These are looking good. Is that the same thing? Codux.net. Okay, it's trying to do that again. Why doesn't it have .net on path? It should. I thought we changed our test suite to skip the stuff with the signaling contracts. I mean, yeah, fair enough, it's running. The failures here should be a similar thing. Yo, there we go. Holy shit, guys, we just did it. We just hit our follower goal. We just hit 1,900 followers. That's a momentous occasion. And GTOGGTV, thank you for hitting that landmark number for us. Let's go, am I right? Like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, man, for that follow. And thank you, everyone, for pushing us to 1,900. That's a wild number. You're welcome. No, thank you, man. 1,900. Isn't that huge? Guys, that's something. That's something right there. Isn't that incredible? Micro, yeah, tier 1 sub to GTOGG. Thank you. Thank you for hitting that follow button.
3 months of tier 1 TikTok_TV. They've gifted 39 months in the channel.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, guys. It's a milestone. Yeah, dude. That's a pretty big deal. I mean, I remember when I was like looking at these other people with their other like really big channels and being like, oh, one day I'll have 1,000. And then it was like, oh, one day I might have 2,000. It's like 3 months of subs is huge. No kidding. 3 months of tier 1 micro. Thank you. GTOGG, you like, dude, I guess you're sticking around now. 3 months is massive. Katie, thanks for the celebration. Tommy, you're getting in there too. Guys, it's all happening, isn't it? It's all kicking on. It's it's incredible. It's really, really incredible. I'm so grateful to everybody and everyone's support. This number, the subs you guys helping is like, whew, I will. Nice channel. Thanks, man. Thanks. That's an achievement. It's an achievement. Achievement unlocked. It's worth noting that not all follow accounts are equal, Seb. That's true. You've definitely talked to and interacted with most of the people who followed you, which is much more than just random clicks and follows. That's true. I hope in Zeta Vim, I hope I've spoken to every single one. I think I'm not aware of having missed any, except for the ones that happen while I'm offline. It's, oh, yo, another 2 with the Prime sub. Thank you, Tonios, thank you for that. And you're continuing the one from...
gifted a tier 1 sub to Omjits Katie.
Oh
they
my
have given
God.
214 gift subs in the channel.
And Goldie, you just now did this for Katie as well. That's, guys, a hype train. A hype train at 3 a.m. 1,900 follows. That's a win. That's a vibe. That's a pretty big deal. And you're right. Not all like community, not all follows are equal. I think we were talking about it where you get like sometimes you get a lot of follows from YouTube and stuff like that, and it's yeah, hype train micro, a hype train. It's this is a different situation, guys, where I feel like every person has come through Twitch. It's not like random follows from other locations. I'm not on other social media. I'm not doing other kinds of promotion. I'm just here with you guys streaming as much as I can manage, trying to make an amazing game. So that's really, really amazing that we hit 1,900 like that. And I really appreciate it. Everyone, I really appreciate it. It feels incredible to be doing this. So thank you. And you guys are, you're giving me crap for not sleeping, but I literally, I wake up being like, oh, I just want to get on stream and keep moving. So I really appreciate it, guys. Okay. So the tests are running. Is the folder structure now better? Okay, we haven't used the unit test project should the unit test project file should go in that folder too. That can clean up. Oh, guys. What's this button do? Hold on. What button? What button, Micro? Same vibes as you, Micro. Always great tunes, especially... Coffee. Oh, my God. Thank you, Micro. Okay, is that a coffee break time? Is that a coffee break? I feel like I shouldn't be drinking coffee at 3 a.m. I'm gonna be here for another hour, but I want to be able to get to sleep after. Can I have that for my morning coffee? Is that cool? Can we do that for my morning coffee, Micro? Coffee dono. Yo, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Is that cool? I'll add it to the morning breakfast. To the brunch. Dude, thank you. I really do. Have it in the morning. Okay. I have a monster. It's 11:55 p.m. here. Don't sabotage your sleep. Yeah, I want to be able to get back up and lock in and like really be productive here straight afterwards. So it's it will be amazing to do that. Ding fries are done. Okay, repo shape is corrected. We should not it needs to update our ignores as well. Okay, those are all the ignores that it now needs to freaking do again. Twitch finally let you type again? Casey, how long have you been trapped, unable to type? That sounds terrible. Okay, how is it doing? Ice configuration. Those are our unit tests. I feel like these don't even need like... Oh, fine, they're service tests. I think it just needs to keep going till it's got a bunch of tests now. So that needs to go there. That needs to go there. The Pluck name assigner is looking really good. That's one thing I need to do though. C work base dot not monsters client codex and then resume. All right, we're going to use open code. My stream wouldn't work. You were trying to go live and it wouldn't work, Casey? That sucks. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. We're going to... Oh, hold on. What's it doing? Getting tired. We're running... we're running codecs using OpenCode. We're running OpenCode using codecs. That's a bad idea. Okay. This looks great, but we need to change the color of the letters. They should be a... yellowish brown to match the stone on the statues. Okay, what else have we got? They look better, right? They're far more legible. I actually really like these. There's a little bit of artifacting and aliasing, but thank you, Micro, for all the I'm gonna have a good breakfast tomorrow. Okay, yes to that. Let's rerun this. Hype train complete at level 3, guys. Thank you so much. Level 3 at 3 a.m. Love it. 1,900 subs. 1,900 subs. Can you believe it, guys? Can you believe it? You won't be able to sleep. I know. I'm a little too psyched. A little too excited. You probably know how it is, Chirpy Chirp. It's very exciting. Okay, that's a bit better. I don't really like it. I think it looks good and clear, but it's all artifacty. You can tell it's like rendering in a different way. When you focus on it, it looks good, but I think the problem is yeah. So we're not going to do that. I think we're going to revert these changes. It just doesn't render the same way. I think we're going to revert these changes, and we'll have to try and figure out what exactly is the cause of the error rather than trying to circumvent it. Okay. That's going to need different approvals. It's going to need some different approvals. Ding, Fraser done. Okay. Let's see if we got it. The git ignores as well. Yes, it did. All right, that's neater as well. Tidied up the paths for unit tests. Okay. We're going to do a C work base dot not monsters client and then we're going to run all tests. Make sure that that works. And then take it from there. I really want to go inspect the structure here and make sure that it's still looking good. Every time I join, there's one more terminal. Yeah, I'm starting to lean a little bit more into the terminal kind of dev stuff. Okay, let's move. Dot, not monsters. Whiteboard. And that cleans up our project. It's going really well, Anticit. It's going really well. We've made some good progress on a bunch of different fronts. It's going really good. The multiplayer is in. I've just got some unit test suites in today, which are going to be really helpful in validating a bunch of things. And so yeah, it'll. I think that'll be really, really good. I need to one thing I need to do for this project is tighten up the coding standards. So that's going to be another thing that happens pretty soon. Okay, this needs a little work. That was one of the last things I was dealing with, and I need to circle back to that. And then we need to actually start the match, which will be a cool upcoming change. Okay, where are we? Where are we with that? We've been doing some work on the trailer as well, by the way. Anticit, check it out. We haven't seen this in a hot minute, but it'll be like a werewolf howls in the night, and everybody gets woken up by it, and then it kind of the one howl transitions into the chicken in the morning, and then there's going to be a little story where the priest kind of tries to turn everybody against the vagabond in the town to be that person's a werewolf, and then it's I love the priest screen. This one, yeah, it looks good, right? I think this will be the priest is actually going to be the secret villain. It has meme potential. Nice. Well, the priest is secretly a vampire, and so after he kind of turns the townsfolk on one of the villagers, and then they all murder that villager and hang them up Salem style. And then at the end, there's a bit of a reveal to show that the priest is actually a vampire. So that's the plan at the moment. I'm gonna try and get some gameplay in there. The priest is surprised to learn that he is the monster, even though it said not monsters in the title. Yes. Yep. He really the villagers are the true monsters. That's gonna be the twist. Yo, hold on. Porky, thank you, Porky Nebula, for the follow. You are the 1,901st follower of the channel. We just hit 1,900 followers today, which is a big deal for me. I think I care about follows more than I care about subs sometimes. It's it's really cool. It's really cool that you're here and following. Thank you for hitting that button. Big W. Yeah, I know, man. I know. You were the first person on the path to 2,000 followers, which is a crazy number if I think about it. It's an absolutely wild, mind-boggling number. How do you go through life and meet that many people without being here on a stream like this? I don't know how else I would do that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, all the tests passed now, which is a W. I think we have some thinking to do about. So, you know what? Maybe I'm just gonna not use. We're gonna not use. We'll go with command or PowerShell. Let's go PowerShell. Because at least there, we can do paths like this. And we'll bring up a session here and see what we were on. Sessions. Okay, we did that. Refactoring room transitions into world layout. We already did that. Player avatars from lobby runtime. A lot of old ones here that we don't actually need. That one we don't need. Let's go into client and run open code there. Okay. Let's go variants, go high, go sessions. Did that change actually come through? Okay, yep. Move on with diagnosing that error here, and then okay, that one can control D. We don't need that. Bug and door activation. I think we fixed this. What was the last thing we did here? Okay, can we... Let's add a quick test to validate that. I mean, hold on. Do we actually? Yeah, we do have that. We don't need that. Okay, let's have a think. Oh, let's have a think. There's a lot to consider here. Let's go look at recent changes and see if we can do any QA here, like improve the quality of anything that we're doing. Really, it's the... Okay, additive room loading for multiplayer might be a space where we can actually make some improvements. Okay, why is it going? Yeah, okay. That works. Be right back. See you in a minute, Casey. So, Porky Nebula, do you actually know the project that we're working on here? Or are you just hit and follow for the vibes? Because I would love, if you're interested, I'd love to show you what we're actually creating. Give you a bit of a tour. If anything, just at a high level. Write me a batch script that changes the current directory to... not monsters. Oh, that's different. Okay, no. That changed the directory for the batch file, but I want to do it for the command line that called it. Look at that. It just went yellow, like white, guys. Is that a change? They've just made that? That might actually be smart. I think I like that. It makes it clearer where your communication was. Okay. Use call. No. Use DOS key macro. Okay, we can do that. Do it with PowerShell. What the helly? Oh, great. You can't even cancel that. Let's see. Close. Show me the shortcut. Let's see here. Good morning, Jacob. How are you doing? All right, we're going to change the way we work a little bit here. Get rid of that. Where's its first recommendation? Code, not monsters. .bat. Not monsters. Nope, that didn't do it either. The DOS key macro didn't work. The DOS key macro didn't work. I don't want to have to call the script with a call command. I want to be able to just run a script and change the directory. I played Slay the Spire for 13 hours today. God damn, Snolzy, that's a lot of slaying. Did you slay the Spire? How many times did you do it? I played a little bit today. I played a little bit. The plain batch cannot do this. I don't know. What about with Tabby terminal emulator in Windows, I want to change the default directory that it opens in. How can I achieve this? Good night, Snolzy, if you're heading off. Sleep well. I'm going to bed pretty soon too, I think. Settings, profiles, and connections. Settings, profiles and connections. Look for working direct. Okay, select the profile. Maybe advanced. Oh, home directory. Okay. See work. Base.not monsters. I think that'll do nicely. Okay. We're going to do the same here. Profiles, local, I mean... Oh, hey, working. That's good, that's good. All right, that's going to save a lot of time. Little fixes, little wins. Also think we should make this default somehow. All right, cool. Okay. All right. Now I am spinning my wheels a little, I realize. Let's go look at the structure of this project and take one more shot at... We tidied up the paths for the unit tests. We definitely did. I think one thing we can do here, that should go. Run all tests should move into the tests folder. So, okay, yeah, we need to circle back to that one. Should move into the tests folder too. Jacob, I've been on since I went to sleep. Yeah, it's been a long stream, 8.5 hours. It's nothing more than like the normal work day for me, I guess. You know, I'm getting through it. Making lots of progress. So that's a win. I am getting tired though, and I think my productivity is slowing down. It's definitely slowing down a lot, actually. I think that's very fair to say. So I should probably lock in and get the last few things tidied up and then wrap. Call it a wrap for the day. Okay, run all tests. So now, I think now, client, tests, run all tests. We can run our tests quite neatly, check that they all work once again. All right, diagnosis summary. This font has 4 glyphs with self-referencing contours. Okay, can you recommend a font that looks similar and has a medieval feeling to it that we can replace it with? This might be I need a free and open source. I need a free and open source alternative to The font needs to look medieval. Okay, Roman inscription. Create me a quick bullet point list of these different fonts. Search online and find viable alternatives to this font. Here are a few options that might work. Okay. Yo, look at that. They actually just did an update live while we were using it. I wonder, can AI create a new font? It probably can, Tonios, but what I'm actually going to have it do is like look up a good font, whatever it can find as a first result, and then I'll have it download it and replace it in line, and then go and update all of the references to the font. That's going to help. That's going to help. Okay. This solution has a server that is running all the time. It's active during development almost always. Right now, it's our tests fail because it seems as though those DLLs are in use. Let's first verify that this is the cause of the problem, and if it is, we need to make the tests throw warnings instead of failures if it's unable to replace the DLLs after compiling. If it's the case that we need to kill that server every time, it's going to be a problem for development, and the test suite won't be reliable. This is specifically a concern with using okay. You're back? Nice, man. Welcome back, Casey. How you doing? Welcome back. Okay, we got to... Let's try this font. Okay. Let's go with forum. If the goal is most likely to work while staying close to the current tone. Okay, it seems like forum is the right call. It seems like forum is the right call. Variants, we're going to go high for this. It seems like forum is the right call for the font that we ought to be using. Let's just use that one font. I want to download it and replace the current font in the project. You can run the client tests to smoke tests to verify that the error no longer occurs in the crypt scene related to this font. Okay, should the multi-user wrapper behave like a local signaling server is already healthy and rebuilt. Okay, should the multitest wrapper behave when the... How should the multitest wrapper behave when the local signaling server is already healthy and rebuild would hit the file lock? Skip if healthy. Always try and build first if it fails due to... Yep, do warnings, yep. Alright. Okay, what we have here. It looks like host local authority mismatch, not the local client. Your extra detail narrowed it down. The host solo... Try resolve interaction suite. Whoa, this is old. This is old. Yeah, this is old. I think we can end this one. We can actually end that one and go sessions. All right. Okay, we're going to... Let's see. Lobby player spot pip controller. What we need to do for this. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. When we're in the lobby, we get pips as described in the following code. This should show anywhere that the room code shows, though. Code in the top bar shows. Should be a part of the room code that appears in the top bar. Once we're in the room, we should be able to see how many players are also in there with us. And how many players the game needs to start. That's what this controller does. But it only does it when you're in the lobby. It also seems as though the code at the top of the screen is duplicated across the UI instead of using one common menu scene. What on earth? Okay. That should be refactored so that we don't duplicate the different nodes in the scenes, and that when we make changes, we don't need to change them everywhere. Shit. Wrong AI. Resume analyzing the code base and coming up with a plan. Okay. When the rebuild fails because the DLL is locked on the local signaling server, it's healthy. Should the wrapper treat the server code freshness? Continue with warning. Yeah, continue with warning. Because it could be not fresh. You jamming, Casey? Yeah, I like this song better than the last one. I don't know what the last one was about. I have no idea. No idea what that was about. Okay, we're going to have the font. We're going to have the... I wonder if we can actually rename them now that they're PowerShell. This one is font replacement. Let's see if that's enough. That one can go. Nope, it just says Windows PowerShell. Imagine that, going to the effort of naming your tabs, and then it doesn't. Very annoying. I wish I could give that feedback back to the devs. Okay. Proposed plan makes them all tolerant and always on, makes them always on signaling server. Okay. Test runner behavior changes. Yep, implement it. Then after we can run the tests. Hello, Gamosaurus. How are you? Welcome in. Good to see you. Doing good, man. Doing good. We making some progress. We fixing some things. We're fixing font. I really actually want this feature. I really would like to know to put names next to each of these. That would really, really help. Maybe I need to. Maybe there's some way to do this that I'm not actually like keeping track of properly. Okay. With the tabby terminal, how can I put a name at the top of the terminal when it's in split mode? Search the web and find me results. I like the white. I actually like the white. You can influence the name of the tab. That could be handy. Interesting that this one has a tab name, but none of the others do. Let's see if I go. No, we need defaults. Let's see, where are we? It's going to be under profiles and connections. Default profile for new tabs is PowerShell. Okay, yeah, that's working. That didn't work as expected. Seems like this command didn't work to change the tab title. What's that about? What's that about, Goldie? All right. What's with the horses, Goldie? What's with the horses? Fast Tuber. Oh my god, no, that makes sense because Fast Tuber's a new thing. Is Fast still up playing? How's her? Is she still going? No, she's offline. Good girl. Glad. Just rated. Nice. Good. All right. If you're on PowerShell, use. Okay. Yeah, that works. That actually works. Okay, that's cool. Okay, it's running .NET again. You're off to bed. Good night, Goldie. Sleep well. Okay, this one works. Is it possible to alias the following so that it works as simply as in command? Sleep well, Goldie. Probably see you tomorrow. Wait, what's she ranting about? Okay. You will indeed. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. How can I do that? So, how can I make that function available everywhere? Okay. Okay, then save and restart your terminal. Okay. Um, yes. Oh, that's the stuff. Okay, there we go. Now I'm liking this. Now we can title our different terminals while they're running, keep a freaking eye on it all, which is good. This is good. Okay, this is our pips. Hold on. Let's take stock of this one. Okay, extract the shared banner scene, create reusable packed scene, lobby. Yep. Character menu and load menu show the membership versus configured match size. In-game menu shows the same room and occupancy versus configured match size. That gives you a shared top bar everywhere while using the most correct source for each phase. Yes. Open question. In character menu and loading menu, should the pips mean everyone connected to the session, only players already in the same physical room, Okay, everyone. Everyone connected to the session. Let's go ahead and implement. Okay. Pips. Exit. We're not going to do that. We're going to do this. Client. Open code. Whoops. No, we don't do that. We go title. We don't do that. We go title first. All right, and now that gets joined in. Why don't I see pips? Look at that. It removes the title. It removes the title. It seems that when an application changes, it removes the name. Any way we can stop it from doing this? Okay. Force your title to reapply automatically. Honk into the prompt so that your title is reset after every command. Make it dynamic, better long term. Okay, so is there any way I can extend the function to take a parameter like we had it before? Give me that so I can paste that into my profile. Okay. Okay, this one can go to client tests, and then we can run all tests. And let's see what we get there. Okay. In character menu and loading menu, should the pips mean... The pips should only show the players already in the same session. Let's go ahead and refactor it. That's nice. That's nice. We see the warning. See the warning up there, guys? That's a good warning. That's good. Now we can run our tests at will, and so can the test suite. Those multi-tests are good. Good. Okay. How's a warning good? Because we wrote the warning ourselves, Jacob. The warning is there to... So what was happening was... I'll give you a quick rundown. What was actually happening here. We have our server running all the time in the background for the multiplayer matchmaking. And what was happening is when we tried to test our systems, of course, part of that test is rebuilding all of the code. At the end of the process of building, what it would do is put the file for the server back where where the server was, but it was running, so it couldn't override the file. So in instances like that, we don't want to kill the server because it could be, doing important things. So instead, these tests, they now warning the server's already running, and they skip past it and let the rest of the processes execute. And so that warning is a really good thing for us because it now means that we can run our tests without them failing for reasons that are actually good for us. It's a bit of a win. Gamosaurus, you're going to get some veg. I also am soon going to get some veg. Let's see. I mean, it's doing lots of font replacement. That's going to be great. And then our tests are truly going to be passing without any warnings. Running the client smoker tests. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's not going to work. Why not? Oh, that's the wrong folder. Yeah, there you go. Hold on. Editor run smoke tests. Okay. Thank you for the time reminder. At this point, whenever Seth goes to bed, I go to bed. Yeah, look. 3:40. It should be soon. Resume the... I mean, this is why we want to tag these things so that we can keep track of what the heck is going on here. That's running the smoke tests. Where was the open code? Let's see if we can resume there. I want to get back to our testing stuff. I almost feel it's important that we write a skill. We write a terminal UI that goes and finds all of the sessions in all of the folders and ranks them in how recently they ran, One more line of code. Yep. Still going strong. That's it, Turbo. That's it. You guys and your bad sleep schedules, I know, it's pretty terrible. Gotta rewrite it. That's it. That's how it goes. Okay. We ran it and validated it. The swap to forum is done. It does not fix the text It doesn't fix the error. What on earth is causing that then? Let's give it a run. We have to handle a loading here more gracefully. Look at that jump. Sick tricks. That font is not better. That looks like freaking Arial. Actually, I don't know. Actually, Draghi Hans looks kind of cool. It doesn't look as... It doesn't look as good, does it? I feel like it doesn't look as good, guys. It doesn't look as good. And the day-night cycle is broken. That's going to have to, like, we're going to have to fix that. I'm going to... Ma, look, I'm on TV. So, that was you, man. Yep, that's cool. Okay. The text mesh warning is still present. Are we still confident it's an issue with the font itself? All right. Okay, refactor is in. Let's test that. We need to show this thing in the lobby. So this might not... Look at that. We see the pips. One more F5 run. Play, host a game. And now we see the lobby size. Should be able to, if I take that down to 4. 4 pips, good. Lots of pips, excellent. Excellent, that's exciting. So we're gonna be able to sit here and see people load in. The thing I'm going to do here, guys, is change this for an icon for every little, like we're kind of going to create an icon for every different character. And then as people like change and select, it's going to change the icon here. Yep, that's going to be pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay. Okay. This is good. This is good. What can we do for this to I don't know if we need a test or anything for it, honestly. It's so like in. Okay, good. This one I think we can call done. Okay, tidied up the tests. Yo, another follow! Oh my god, thank you. Skyroos, thank you for hitting that follow button. I do so very much appreciate it. We just hit 1,900 followers. That makes you the 1,902nd follower we've had on this channel, which is like, I never thought it would go this far. I'm really, really excited. So that's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lucky me, yeah, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. And lucky me too, honestly. Module analysis cache? What's that doing there? Okay. tidied up the unit tests. We're going to have to stage some of these other testing changes. What are you working on? I'm glad you asked. I'm working on a game we're calling Not Monsters, which is a social deduction party game. So you can imagine it as like a bit like Among Us, but set in a medieval time. And it plays very differently. It plays more like Fall Guys or Party Animals. And so yeah, it's going to be multiplayer, prox chat, third person. I'm getting to the point where like it's better to just show the game than to tell. But this is the feeling we're going for. We're going for something that feels like that. Yeah, I mean, hold on. We got it soon. We're gonna have a trailer, so we're gonna be able to go like it's a cinematic trailer where there's different townspeople in the town, and they're all like, they're all. I can't wait till I can show that. But for now, what I can show you is probably I'll show you the game. I'll show you the game. But is there random lynchings like in the Tower of Salem? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Do you like lynchings? Have I got the game for you? Yeah, so it's online. It'll be just to give you a quick preview. So yeah, your characters, and you pick your character. You go through the world, and it can have up to like 14 people in it. We have to put a loading screen back there. But yeah, this is the town. You run around and do stuff. Truggy Hunt, thank you for the clip. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, it's like it's a game. It's a game. We're making a game, Skyroos, and thank you for hitting follow. I can't believe you hit it without even seeing the like what we're doing. But this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. This guy was not a monster, so I can't show you the the monster transition, but yeah, trust me, like sometimes people get randomly made monsters, and so the job of the people who aren't monsters is to discover who is the monster, and the people who get monsters, their job is to kill everyone without being discovered. So that's the... Holy, I did not expect it to be this good. Keep up the good work. Yo, thank you, man. Yeah, we're like... we're 4 months in now. We're 4 months into doing stuff. So it's holy English. I just can't. Was I speaking too fast there? Wouldn't we want to wait till the art gets done before we make the trailer? Wouldn't we want to wait until the art gets redone by someone before making the trailer? On one hand, yes, Casey, but on the other, the reason I'm doing the trailer, Casey, is because like I'm here hanging out with you guys like 9 hours, month after month now. Like it's a little while has gone, like a fair bit of effort's gone into this. When someone like Skyroos comes through, what I want him to do is go to a Steam page and hit wish list. But I can't create a Steam page without it being good enough to go viral organically. So I can't count on all the people who come through here alone. I need something to show for the game. And because all of the art isn't done yet, I have to, exactly. I need a hashtag, the exclamation mark wish list. So I need something. I need some kind of and so that's why we're doing what's called a cinematic trailer, which is like here. You can see this. This is an animatic at the moment. So an animatic is like a short version of the trailer that shows us the rough, the rough story beats and what the framing and the shots will be and who the characters are going to be. So that's what this is our animatic. But we're going to turn this into, when I have the whole story and I have all the art, enough art to at least produce the animatic, I'll make the animatic. And then when the animatic is live, we can put the Steam store page live, and then I can really lock in and start to get gameplay and then introduce gameplay into the trailer instead of it just being an animatic trailer. So that's my plan. Got you up while I'm with the pup. Yo, nice. Cleaning and wrapping up. So excited to see every time I pop in and see how far it's coming. Progress each time. Yeah, it's progressing. It's definitely coming along. This one's working quite well, so I'm happy about this. Okay, what's that doing? Hold on. Did I run open code again? in OpenCode. I keep confusing the terminal here. This is a sign. Sign I'm too tired. Let's see. Can I delete this one? Okay, right now. I think, no, I don't need any of that. I do actually need OpenCode. I agree with Raisins, girl. This is one of those streams where you're lurking and you come back and you check on not just Seb, but how rapid the progress is. Dude's a beast. No, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're not doing that. We're sessions. We're not doing that. We're not doing that either. We're not doing any of these. Okay. Let's think. Let's think. I think probably then we're going to get rid of that. We're going to see about this. Okay. Fall back to folder name. I think we're going to use this as... That's going to be title. Now, if I do a new split, title test, test comes up, open code. It still just says PowerShell instead of what I wanted there. All right. So we're pretty damn close to having stuff done. What I really am wanting to do here is find what's related to tests. So I need to, yeah, we need to fix up one thing. Okay, so there are still some scripts related to running tests in the editor folder. I think now that we have a test folder, those should be moved there. Okay. We've got 3 things in progress: text mesh, the session top bar, and the yeah, so okay, so let's have a look what it's recommending here. The failure is still in text mesh glyph mesh generation. I've also verified that there's no remaining references. After that, we still see this. Find a different font is not a reliable root cause fixed by itself. This is text mesh compatibility problem with actual text glyph geometry being fed into Godot. Let's revert the font then. We should also write something to find the exact glyphs and strings that are failing the set. From there, we can decide if we sanitize the strings. Or try a different font. Okay. So this is going to be stage all of the files related to the changes that we made recently here. That one's going to be ready to go. This one, I think we need to be deliberate in the sequence. We could unstage this. Whoa, hold on. No, that's okay, actually. I'm all right with that. Run generate icons shouldn't have been moved though. Okay, should not have been moved. Move that one back. Okay, yeah. Okay, what's this? What are the following files? You seem to have created them. Who needs a Kickstarter when you have... Oh my god, sorry, I've missed some messages, guys. I might jinx it, but we haven't run into major issues yet. You mean with the game development, Casey? I mean, yeah, you're right. So far, so good. Agreed with Raisins Girl on this one. Those streams where you're lurking and come back. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the progress is moving fast. Who needs a Kickstarter when you have a Twitch chat? I mean, that would be amazing. A Kickstarter might be a good idea, but I seriously doubt that we have the volume of people here in the streams to really make a Kickstarter work. A Kickstarter might work though. It's possible. It's possible. I don't know. I've never run a Kickstarter before, and I feel like they're a lot of work. They're a lot of work. We'd probably sit here for a month making the Kickstarter media instead of actually making the game. So that's the hard part. I feel like if somebody was like, I want to step up and I'll do that, and I don't mind if I can't get paid very much, and I really am good at this, and I've got a proven history of doing it, and then they're like, all right, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, Kickstarter sounds like a great plan. But I mean, as a thing where like me running the Kickstarter, I'm more confident making a trailer than I am making a Kickstarter. I'll tell you that much. At least one that's going to be successful. But we could see it would be incredible. It would be amazing. I reckon. Yeah, if we could do a Kickstarter and I could raise like a year's salary, then I would 100% just jump in and do it. No one else, just me, just not having to worry about any other costs. But because this is a game for streamers and friend groups, I think Twitch is more your platform than Kickstarter. Yeah, I'm with you, Druggy Hunt. I'm with you. I don't know how you convert that into like funding that goes viral though. Hey, Tiggs, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Welcome back. It's great to see you. StormXDev, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. I'm doing good. We're making good progress. People were commenting on that earlier. Okay, 2 files. They've this and that. Okay. I can get rid of them. That's still going. This is ready to stage. I do it for free, but I have zero idea how to set up a Kickstarter. Yeah, it's like that. It's like that, Jacob. And doing it badly is worse than not doing it at all. That's the thing. Doing a bad Kickstarter is much worse than having no Kickstarter. So you have to get it really right. And it's not easy and it's not cheap. I've heard from people who ran Kickstarters and they're like, yeah, well, we went with an agency and the agency took like 30% of the revenue raised from it. Oh, really? 4.7 for Opus and oh man, they're already ahead. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be really interesting, Tigs. I just doubled down on OpenAI and I got the pro subscription. Freaking idiot. Here we are. I know. You're not alone. It sucks, dude. It sucks. At least like that's one thing I will say is the stream. I looked at how much it's going to cost and it's like it's a significant percentage of all of the money that comes through the stream. I got windsurf. Oh my god, $200 premium. That's wild, man. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's crazy, Tigs. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? I really wanted that. I want to know that. Is it worth it? Because, you know, you don't just do these things. You do them. The AUD was so strong, I thought, oh, yo. So is it worth? Is it worth? That's the question. Okay. Editor folder, it's a legitimate file, not one I created. This is PowerShell script for ensuring multiplayer test signaling is running. So then shouldn't it be, if it's a legitimate test file, then it should be moved into the test folder and references it to it corrected. For the file that's not yours, clean it up, please. When you're finished moving, rerun all of the tests to validate that things are in their right place and everything is passing. Okay. Test pips. Test pips errors. Nice. It's a lot of money, yeah. I have many AI dev buddies and they are coders. They go for the $20 per month plan. And I'm desperate to get the alpha and work on my project to get, out the door with an MVP. Dude, I hear you. And still finishing the last of my anti-gravity sub. Oh, that's so much money. $400. The goal is actually to get 212 gigabytes Max Studio about a month ago. That got cancelled because New Zealand was not able to get the call, dude. I hate reliance on the cloud. Yeah, I tried some of the hosting, the local hosting models, and it's like, oh, look, here, one of them is running right now. How did that happen? This keeps changing on me. In between runs, it changed up the agent that it was using. I don't know why it's doing that, and I need to get rid of it. That's going to be let's see. Let's see if I can manage the different models. Gemma 4 should be... How do I get rid of these? How do I delete models from OpenCode? They keep switching on me without asking, and it's messing up my workflow. Qwen 3 Coder, yeah, it was all right. It's not good enough to do the stuff that I want. That's unfortunately the problem. It's like Qwen 3 Coder wasn't cutting it. I also, Tiggs, I also hate relying on cloud, but like, I don't see what the other, like, you kind of have to right now. That coffee doing its work. Yeah, it is, but too much so. I really need to wrap up and go to sleep. I've deleted them from Olama. And they're still not really working. Qwen 3 Code is the only one. Hello? What the hell is going on with this thing? This is the only model there, and it's the only one I want to keep. That's the full list that appears in OpenCode, though. I especially want to get rid of Gem 4, Kimi K. These models. Gemma 4. Oh man, a Blackwell AI rig for 4,000. Oh my god, 800 USD. Jesus. Think how much money I've ever... Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of money, Tiggs. They should be there. Look, I think I've even gone through that, DGen. See, no, it's not in there. Unless I just got that path wrong. No, this is like... I'm on Windows, unfortunately. Where is it? That's annoying. But I know what you mean. There's a JSON file. Disable non-Olama providers. That's not what I asked, but okay. App data. Okay, I don't see open code here or config. Ah, there we go. Okay, not that folder. Dot open code. That shouldn't be there. Yeah. All right, not now. They're both going, both still going. All right, that's fine. That is fine. Let's see. Let's have a think. I think when these things wrap up, then I'm good. Okay, we did break something there. How's the project going? It's going really good, actually, Tiggs. It's coming along really well. What are you planning to switch to? Yeah, I'm curious. What would you even run? What would you even run on that Blackwell AI rig? The local models, like I've been running them on a pretty beastie computer here, and they're not good. Yeah, I hate how they made it. Yeah, it's stupid, Hello. It's really stupid. I'm with you. Okay, I was off to Prague in June, but then that fuel depot in Vic blew up, so the prices of tickets went up astronomically. That happened? A fuel blew up in Victoria, dude. For me, it's in the user folder and .config. Missed the dot in front of the config last. I mean, hold on. We can try it. User.config. I've got some things here, but no. Actually, there we go. Open code. Nice. Okay. Thank you. That helped. No, I'm not doing that. We're looking for open code. I'm tempted to even just like get rid of everything, but I mean, Kimmy K has not been giving me great results. Let's. It's annoying that Jason doesn't support comments like that. I think the OSS 120 billion works with it. 100, that's a lot, but like pretty much what I got with Codium and Windsurf Pro plan for $200, but I can't afford that monthly, no way. Yeah, I know, right? Windsurf were the first group to do an IDE with AI built into it. Fairly sure that Google people hired and paid for the 50 lead devs from that team oh man, 50 to 100 million each is wild. That is absolutely wild. Imagine that. Imagine that. I'm annoyed that I cannot do that. Why didn't they let... why didn't they let JSON have its backups? Sorry, comments. That'll do. Switch all of them off for now. It's broke everything. It should be able to fix it. Maybe it wasn't a OpenAI. Maybe it was that I ran it with a different model that broke everything. Okay, get that out of here. What else have we got? That's actually in. That's sick that we got that done. This is now done, which is nice. Oh, hello. The number 8 is failing. Holy crap. All right. Okay, we're going to fix this, let's just change the names as follows. F8 photo becomes F photo F8. Simba 8 289 becomes Simba. It failed the smoke tests there, though, didn't it? All right. Back to Sinzel. Why does Warmonger need to be changed independently? Why does need to be changed and none of the other statues do? The only remaining change is the new diagnostic script. Test scripts. That diagnostic script should probably be part of the smoke tests or one of the other test suites. The new tool does weren't replaced by the scanner, so outside world smoke warnings weren't reproduced by the scanner, so there may be separate instantiation path issues here. For the original crypt problem, though, all right, excellent. The time is 4:30. Oh no, Casey. Oh no, it's true. Hello. It would be totally fine if we had a 5-hour refreshes for Pro. Yeah. It also works with light for me. So yeah, I feel the quality could improve. And it's strange, I can use Pro on web almost unlimited while not inside anti-gravity. Yeah, GPT is a bit like that too. Like ChatGPT, you can use without limits, but using Codex, very different. It's very strictly limited, which is annoying because, you know, the tool use is like where it really shines. It's also nice with testing. the Claude, but yeah, truly felt the change when they nerfed their solution with tokens. Yeah, the tokens is kind of like rough. They really want to lock us into the IDE. It seems the web is so limited in comparison. Yeah, I don't know. Web surf, I wonder how strong it really is compared to, like, right now, Claude is number one and maybe GPT is coming in close. I would be curious to see how web surf, like, fits in with that. Um, More so going through Anthropic API. Yeah, true, right. I see. Yep. Okay. Yes on the name changes. Why Warmonger? It's the only scene under content statutes that currently has its own nameplate script. Let's remove that nameplate script from the Warmonger scene so that it's consistent with the other files. Okay, the best fit is to add one curated smoke check in. Yep. I'm taking issue with there being a scripts folder inside of the tests rather than those residing within the smoke tests folder. Based on not monsters. Let's see, client and then tests. Is this file back? No. Let's rename the scripts folder to smoke tests if there's no functional reason why we can't do this. Okay. Casey, you just gamble all of it, don't you? You won 190 points. Nice, nice. Hey, one of these days you're going to be number one. Can you check your ranking for the gambles and see where you actually sit on the leaderboards? Okay. 800. It's getting pretty high. What is it? It's in the top, like, 800 over 6,000. You're in the top 13%. 13.3 percentile. But do you want to use OpenAI long-term, Tiggs? Okay. I mean, I think OpenAI right now isn't the leader, Helu. It's like we're using it, but it's not the best. I think right now the best is Codex. Sorry, not Codex, Claude. Claude's ahead. Okay. The folder is mixed runner tooling, runner/tooling folder, not only a smoke test folder. Better options are yeah. Okay, we can do that. Keep the current folder for now. Yeah, that split seems more sensible. Let's go ahead and do the refactoring. Let's go ahead and make those changes. Okay, this is really on Struggle Street. This is really on Struggle Street. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay. I think I'm a Google fan here. If they'd not made these nerfs, I would be never be considering changing. Yeah, right. Is cheat? Yeah, look. I never even played Casey. I never even did any of it. I didn't mean to cheat. Goldie did it. He made me do it. I didn't do anything. I think, yeah, Goldie set it up, and somehow it's just like lots of yeah, I don't know why it's like that, but anti-gravity has been excellent in ways, but I've also been told windsurf has been delivering. Yeah, cool. That'd be cool to see. Would be cool to see. I mean, we're doing pretty well in our own little environment with our own little niche here. Pretty happy with how this has been coming along, but you know, maybe you don't know what you don't know. I haven't tried all the other things. Maybe the grass is greener on the other side, but I'm not sure. Okay, can these things finish, please, so that I can get to sleep? You no sleep? Okay. Move related bug. The branch runners use pushed only one level up, so they execute from client test instead of the repo route. All right, good. And I'm moving those files. These two are touching the same files at the same time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, AI. We're going to let this one finish and then that one. During the last run, other changes were being made that interfered. Those changes have now resolved. Take a look at the current paths for tests and pick up where you left off. Okay. Okay, MCP is well worth looking into. Yeah, no, I'm using MCP servers for a bunch of stuff at the moment, Tiggs. Instead of API servers, imagine MCP instead doing the lifting. Yeah. I mean, for there's a lot of like, but like ultimately, like the NCP servers are just tools that the AI uses, and so even if you have it go and run stuff, like do a lot of the work, you still need to have some subscriptions and some models that sit behind the scenes and actually like pull the strings, you know. It's and I've also found that sometimes it's like you don't need to go as sophisticated as an MCP server. You can just have a Python script that the AI runs, and that like has essentially the same result, and it's not as complicated. You know, you can just like you do good tooling. That's what I've been doing in this project. Is I've been like writing tooling where it's like Python scripts that you can run, scripts that you can run over the command line, that kind of stuff. Through the IDE they have. Hold on. Are you using an API or how are you using anti-gravity? Okay, through the group look. By the way, we should make some stuff to spend channel points with maybe just an idea. Yo, no, Casey, you're 100% right. It's actually been on my to-do list for a little while. Do you have any suggestions for what that could be? Because I'd be up for it. Okay. There we go. So let's have a look when that's done. So these two things aren't stepping on their toes. Because I think what was happening there is one was trying to move both were kind of trying to move things around. Okay, multi-tests, smoke tests, unit tests, run all tests. This is looking better. Okay. This is running the smoke tests. That can resume what it was doing. Okay, what's it actually up to? It's trying to build and run. What was the entire prompt for this one? This is why I want to like label them. It's just rerunning at this point. I think we don't need this anymore. This one can go, which is great. No way I was doing 410. Yeah, that's wild, man. That's so much. That's so much. It's got like such a huge amount of utility, but like it's so hard to justify that much cost. One thing I might have to start doing is copying the entire client into 2 folders and then having agents run on them in parallel and then committing branches and merging branches and stuff like that. That's probably going to be the way. Okay, VIP for months like 100k points. Month. VIP for month like yeah. Casey, I see you. Yeah, you've said it twice. But yeah, it's a good idea. Like if you can mention it to Goldie, like I think he'd be probably so supportive of it, and we could set something up to actually do that. Probably got too loaded, so they needed to reduce the pro since it was too costly for them. I think sometimes you've got this like, oh my god, 4 a.m. vibes. Yeah, 4:45. It's 5 a.m. vibes here. Please, if this thing could just finish. I mean, what's it even doing? Is it the smoke tests that are taking this long to run? We're going to have a new terminal. Oh my god, another follow. Thank you. Hister, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that so much. It's been a big day for follows. I don't know why so many follows just recently, especially since the stream is really winding down. You know, I'm getting ready to raid and stuff soon. Work, GPT, we want to sleep. Yo, you don't have to stay up, Casey, just because we're staying up. I do want to end the stream and like raid out soon, but yeah. So hold on. Oh, here we go. No, we're not doing that. We're going to client tests, and then we're going to smoke tests, and then we're going to run the smoke tests and see what happens, because it seems like that's the thing that's causing this to hang. I'm not sure why, because that was pretty fast. That ran real quick. Oh, I spoke too soon. Okay. All right, exciting. It does actually take a little while, so that makes a little more sense. And now we're actually at the point where we can to this session. Related to This takes ages. What the hell causes the smoke test to run for so long? This is not going to be, this is not acceptable. We might even have to... It hangs here. I think we need to... Okay. Stage all the remaining changes related to... we'll let that run. I mean, actually... automated testing is more specific. Getting close. Yeah, 10-hour mark. I stand here until... Yo, you've been here the whole time too, Casey. You've been here the whole time. That's... You crazy. Forget me. You crazy. I appreciate you. Thank you. $10 straight again. Yeah, you're not wrong, Lucario. Good to see you too, man. Crypt's text mesh glyphs. It's the new glyph code. That takes forever. That smoke test is too slow. All right, let's have a quick look now. Make sure that that scene looks good. You know me, I'm always here when streaming myself. Yeah, true, man, true. All right, let's go run to the crypts quickly. Okay, there's a room code for the lobby. I feel like we should allow people to run around, maybe outside of the lobby. Possibly. What do you guys think? While we're waiting for the lobby to fill up, should people be able to explore the whole world? I mean, this is all working fine. That text is looking better now. We need to do a bit of like cleanup there for the length of the words, but like... Okay, we're gonna just, while we're there, one last change while we're affecting the text for statues. The statue placer, no, we can't just remove this. We need to like hide the text in brackets somehow without deleting it. Right now, the text in the actual fields is the source of truth, so we can't just do that. Okay, we might need to remove that. Might need to remove that test because it takes so long. We may need to disable the crypt text mesh glyph smoke test. What the hell? Okay. We're getting close. We just staged those changes. Spending a lot of... Yeah, okay. 200 seconds. No, I think we just need to disable this test. We can keep it around in the code base, but it should be disabled so that it doesn't slow down the whole pipeline. That can go. Actually, you know what? We should probably run it one more time. Okay. Oh, god dang it. What's that? Is something with the extension? That's really annoying. Okay. So, all right. We have the following error. That one can go. Yep. While we're fixing up things related to tests, we have the following error when trying to build a server. Let's fix that too. Yep, that can run. Okay, we found and fixed a few more issues related to testing that need to be staged as well. Reevaluate and repeat. Stage all the files related to tests. Related to tests, okay. Then that can rerun. Okay, make sure that works. We still have this. Run all of the run all of the tests yourself, because I'm just run them and I see that their error is still present in the console. Okay. I think we might have to have two copies of the project in future, which is wild, but might be good for productivity. $5 a.m. Holy crap. Yeah, let's go find somebody to raid. I know. Red Cabin Games, good option. Base Trade, great option. This guy was cool. I kind of like him. Who is this? Oh, Jason X. Oh, Fifth Function's alive again. Is he playing a game now instead of making a game? Red Cabin Games might be the go. Are they talking about games now, or I think they just play. He's just playing. He's just playing. Okay. I think it'll be Base Trade. Or maybe Red Cabin? Could be Red Cabin. Ooh, very tempted. Very tempted for Red Cabin. Don't raid me, bless I. Hold on. Oh, yo. Lucario, I didn't even know you were live. That's happening. That's happening. We're raiding you. We're raiding you. Let me get that ready. That one's canceled. Let's validate this. See if it sees the error. Way up the top. Oh, why doesn't it see it? All right. I mean, it doesn't see the error. Why are we seeing it? All right. Maybe it fixed it. Sweet. Okay, we'll let it finish. Okay, it fixed it. Wunderbar. That means that can close. we'll let that finish just let the whole thing run and validate one more time ourselves. And then we can stage all the changes related to that. Which is great. Okay. That's looking good. Did it stage those changes? Okay, that's the top bar changes. And then we also have the That's good. Okay. That's great. I think we're there. We're there. We're at the end of the stream, guys. We can wrap this and call this thing done, which is a huge, huge change. It's a really, really good change. Excellent. Let's commit that, which means that can do its thing. We're at the 10. Yeah, we made the 10-hour mark. We did. Let's get those staged. All right, that's fantastic. This is done. And just to wrap the stream up, we'll run all those tests. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Hold on. With to that. Oh, that might be a complicated request, actually. Wrapping it up in cling wrap. That's it. That's it. We're real close. We're real freaking close. I'm ready to collapse. This is actually a scary change. I probably shouldn't have asked it to do this. Yeah, it can't do that. Yeah. Good. No worries. No worries. So this is consolidated different session top bars into cross scenes, that and that, and that is font fixes, fixed errors related to fonts. Encrypts related to letter symbol 8. Added. Okay, and then better, clearer documentation about the folder structures for tests. Check that in, and that's it. That's it. We're done. We're done. To celebrate, we're going to run the tests, and we can look at the beautiful work that we did this stream. This is what we did, guys. This is what we did. We made a system that goes and freaking makes sure that everything works, so that when the AI does stuff, it can check that it doesn't break any stuff. And also when we make changes, that nothing freaking breaks. Isn't that sick? Isn't that sick? This will be very, very, very handy for us, guys. It means now, essentially, whenever we make a change, we'll be able to capture that change to ensure that it works, so that if anything in the future breaks it, we'll be immediately able to catch it. This will mean that the AI is going to be a lot less likely to make mistakes in the future, because it'll be able to check itself, and we'll be able to check it as well. The other really useful thing here will be we'll be able to better capture what the whole system does inside of these tests, which is huge. It's a really, really big change. So we've got it running, we've got everything working. Are you scanning the changes now? Yeah, that was it. That was it just now. This was not scanning changes. This is running the whole system. It's essentially starting the whole game up and running all the things that we're tracking to make sure it